candidate. Where's Bonan? Good morning, Ms. Quinani. Thank you. Can you switch on your mic?
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
We would like to welcome you today to these interviews. Can you, in 5 minutes, tell us about yourself? What motivated you to apply for this position? And whether you must indicate whether you're applying for to be full-time or part-time.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Nomashubi Kwinana. I am an attorney. I practice for my own account. I have been since the year 2000. And I basically do everything in my practice. It is what one can term a small practice. And I have had an opportunity to act as a magistrate. I also have had an opportunity to act as a judge, and that's currently what I'm actually doing. And what motivated me to apply for this position, it is because as a woman, I've seen practically in practice for the period that I've been practicing, how human rights have been trampled upon, and each time it would pain me, and I would find myself having to step up in order to try and protect human rights. And I saw how it would not have to be my client alone. It would have been anyone really who is experiencing a violation of human rights. And it was on those bases that I felt that I could make a difference in this portfolio. And also being pro-woman, I do belong to an organization called South African Women Lawyers Association. And our objectives are primarily to protect interests of women, children, and vulnerable members of the society. And but that does not mean that we would shy away from assisting our male counterparts if called upon to do so. So basically, we look at human rights in total. And also just looking at the work that the Commission has been doing, I felt that I could also make a difference. And I would quote a situation in point belonging to the old Northwest. As I'm sure you've all seen that I come from Mabopane, and which we used to fall under Northwest in terms of municipality, but currently it falls under city of Tshwane, which is now Gauteng. But in terms of our courts, we still fall under Northwest High Court. So, so looking at an area such as Hammanskraal and Temba, for years they've been struggling with the issue of water, and that problem remains unresolved, and it is just too many years since democracy in our country, but we find those people having a serious challenge with regard to water. They have complained, and it does not look like anything is happening there. Having seen how the Commission was able to declare a national state of disaster with regard to Eastern Cape and poverty, and I felt that why shouldn't it also happen to people in Hammanskraal? I'm sure the chair and the commissioners and everyone in the room are aware how it was reported in the news, malaria killing people due to the water crisis that existed in Hammanskraal. So I just thought that it's one of those issues that that should be looked at on an urgent basis. But over and above that, we are going into 16 days of activism as women, and as South African Women Lawyers Association, we are concerned, having seen how one of our own was brutally murdered recently, Mamelo Tamaye, and I'm sure if you were looking at our social media page and so forth, you would have noted how we stood together and went to the Constitutional Court because we needed to express our dissatisfaction with regard to what has been happening around cases of GBV. Yes, it is so that something is being done, but we are saying enough is not done. We can do better where that is concerned. In fact, we are planning a march, and where if we do succeed on the 7th of December, we want to say...
Your 5 minutes is up.
It's up, okay, thank you so much.
But you have not indicated whether you are applying full-time or
I'm looking at the part-time. I would still want to practice, and on those basis, I am looking at part-time commission.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wenana. Members, any questions? Honorable Horn? No, sorry, Honorable Swart, Honorable Nevoet Duchen, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Horn, the real one, Honorable Maseko Jele, Honorable Ramulube, Honorable Mkwebane, and Honorable Janji, in that order.
Oh, it's actually what I submitted to you in respect of my questionnaires.
Okay. Thank you.
And also my CV.
Thank you. That's fine, Mkona.
Yeah.
Honorable Swart.
Not that I'm reading from it though, and yeah, I just need a paper to look at. Yeah.
Good, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Punana.
Good morning.
And welcome to the interviews. I just wanted to ask you, you've got a very impressive CV, but I wanted to ask you particularly, I see you've been acting judge a number of times, and I understand that you're acting judge at the moment. And if one has a look at that, should you be appointed, would that not impact? It seems that you're being prepared to become a judge, and should you be appointed, would this not impact? For 5 years, you would not be able to act as a judge. You would, obviously, it might be good to be a judge later, even as a commissioner. I'm not saying, but I'd just like to hear how you are plotting your career, because it appears that from all the times that you were acting judges, right from being an acting magistrate, and then I'd just like to ask you, where are you acting? But from 2020, 2021, 2022, and now I have 8 weeks as an acting judge. How would it impact an aspiration that you might have to become a judge, given the fact that we are desperate for women, black judges? How would that impact going forward? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, it is true that I do have aspirations to become a judge. However, if I do get appointed as a commissioner, and that will mean that will be my focus. And I do not really see the me being a commissioner sort of leaving the position of acting in my mind. But I believe that even when I'll be doing matters as a commissioner, it still has that positive impact in preparation. If ultimately, after 5 years, having been a commissioner, I still want to go back and become a judge. So for me, because it will still be, I'll still be dealing with the law, I will not be out of, that terrain. So it will still allow me, with regard to cases that are being brought before court, in preparation for those cases, I believe you are even a better judge if you have had an opportunity to prepare matters than to just be able to adjudicate on the matters.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you then, given the high levels of poverty, inequality, widespread unemployment, and the challenge of access to basic services that you highlighted in your documentation as well, you're very aware of it, how would you, should you be appointed as a commissioner, how would you prioritize the different areas? There's so many areas. There's load shedding, there's water, given as well the limited budget that the commission has. How would you approach that?
Yeah. So what I've noted is that each commissioner is earmarked for a specific position. And I believe that the commissioners should work as a collective in order to be able to achieve all those areas. So if we do not work in silos, we can only but win. So for me, it is that's the only way, because it cannot be had that I would have to deal with all of them. But it will make a better impact, as it has been put, that one commissioner would look at a specific area, which then will have an impact.
Thank you. And given one of the challenges that the Commission faces is the lack of implementation of orders or remedial actions or reports that the Commission brings out. Should you be a Commissioner, how would you address that, and what role do you think Parliament can play and the courts play in that regard?
Yeah. So obviously making sure that there's adherence insofar as the remedial action that will have been suggested by the Commissioner is imperative. So for me, it is so that the Commission should continue with education towards the departments, towards members of the society, so that it makes it easier for them to be able to comply. For as long as people are not learned insofar as what is expected of them, it impedes on how they should be able to progress insofar as the recommendations that will have been made.
Thank you. Just lastly, I didn't hear what court you are acting in and what are the challenges there?
Yes, it's Gauteng, not Gauteng High Court.
Gauteng North.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart, Honorable Nieuwhoorn.
Hi, Ms. Kunene. Kunena. I'm using South African Sign Language, so I'm Womani Odruchen, and voicing for me is Trudy, the sign language interpreter. I wasn't clear, if you are appointed as a commissioner, what would you like to be your focus areas, if you are appointed?
Yes. I would say women issues, really women issues at large. My concerns where that is concerned is a lot. I mean, I would have to quote just one instance for now. It's with regard to women that are married in terms of customary law, how they struggle after the husband passes on, and just because their marriage has not been registered, despite that in terms of Section 4, subsection 8, those marriages are not said to be invalid by virtue of the fact that they are not registered. When they go to the master's office,
I'm
they
sorry,
are
I'm
told,
gonna have to stop you
Okay.
because of the time.
Thank you.
I'm sure you've read about the Human Rights Commission, and you have seen, how we as a committee is concerned about the decline in performance. If you're appointed as a commissioner, how would you like what would you like to see? What improvements would you like to see?
Yes, I would like to see more visibility insofar as the commission is concerned. And for me in particular, as much as I'm a practitioner, I really do not see the commission, save for when you start reading on the internet. But I would like to see more social cohesion insofar as a lot of issues, going more to the people on the ground in order to be able to know exactly what are the issues that concerns the community at large.
Thank you for that. And in your years of experience in terms of work, have you ever worked with people with disabilities or in the community with disabled people?
Thank you. Yes, in fact, as South African Women Lawyers Association, we recently partnered with the Department for Women and People with Disabilities. And our focus area really, it was to ensure that at all times we involve the people with disabilities, because we have realized how they are sort of left behind. I mean, even in our courts, it's a concern that we have not been able to ensure that the system is accommodative insofar as they are concerned. But there is a shift, especially in the Gauteng High Court, where we now have case lines. And because they are able to use their devices, some of them are then able to come to court and present from those devices. And I've seen that it has a positive impact, and I believe that we can do more. We can do more. We just need to be able to be paying attention. We need to listen more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nevot Ruchen. Honorable Maseko Chele.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Gulam.
Morning.
Yes, I just want to take
Can you use your mic?
I've got it. Okay. I want to take it from where my colleague was talking or asking a question in terms of you having to be...
Honorable Chele, there are members of the public who are listening and watching.
Okay,
They
my
might be
apology, Chair.
struggling to hear you.
Just come close, that's fine.
Okay, my apology, Chair. I wanted to make a follow-up on the issue of you being a judge, acting at some time and according to your CV. You are saying that won't be a problem once you happen to be elected and be one of the commissioners. I just want to find out from you, how are you going to judge if the matter comes that you would have to judge and you are, it is a matter, and you're also a commission, and it is the matter that has to be resolved by the community, brought forward or by the judge, I mean to say by the human rights itself.
Well, basically what I was saying is, insofar as being a judge, that will have to be parked for the period that I'd be a commissioner. I would not be able to act because it would mean that I'll have to recuse myself too many times. And I don't think that would be fair to other judges. So insofar as acting as a judge, I would not really get involved. But what I was saying is, if later on in life, having completed the period of being a commissioner and I'm still interested in becoming a judge, the fact that I was working with matters which were being brought before a court would have still prepared me for becoming a judge. As it is, what prepared me to act as a judge in the first place, it was because I have been a practitioner since 1998 as a candidate attorney, and from the year 2000, when I then started appearing in different courts, which is what I'm still doing, even when I act as a judge. From time to time, when I stop acting, immediately I go back to my practice and I go to court myself.
The second question is on performance.
Yes.
Yes, Human Rights Commission has not been performing according to the criticisms outside. The society feels that they are really not up to doing what they are supposed to be doing in terms of resolving their matters. I just want to make a follow-up on that, my colleague's question also. Is it relevant to keep that commission?
Thank you, Commissioner Jelly. I believe it is relevant to keep the commission for the simple reason that they are the middlemen between the community and Parliament. So it is imperative that they are there because their duties are to go deeper into the issues. They must go down to those communities so that those voices can be heard. So without the commission, it might be difficult to get issues across. So for me, it is still important. And yes, it is so that maybe there hasn't been enough that has been done. But like I said, I believe that there can still be more to be done if only we can concentrate also on the aspect that we as South African Women Lawyers Association concentrate on, which is education. We go to the communities, we go to churches, we go to the malls, we go to the courts, and we educate our women and children and the vulnerable and the people with disabilities on issues that relate to them, direct issues. Pro bono, of course.
Thank you very much. Okay, the last question, I would just want to ask you, what skills would you bring to assist the performance of the commission, taking into consideration all those problems that they might be facing now? Because you'll be working within. In fact, I want to focus my question in the internal issues of the commission. What skill would you bring in? You'll be working with these commissioners. Maybe you'll also find those that have been in the commission working there. What skill would you be bringing in assisting in terms of your performance? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that with each and every system, there must be a monitoring and evaluation. So that's where we should start. One would have to look at what systems have been used, and one would have to evaluate if these systems have worked. And if we are certain that they have not worked, then it is time for change. And what I'll be bringing is the fact that there's a new kid on the block. Let's do things differently. We have tried this and it hasn't worked. It's time to change. let's do things differently in order to be able to achieve the best results. And that is it for me. So, and I believe that as a collective, if we do it together, we can win. And of course, maybe beef up the teams, if one has to call it that way, for lack of a better word, the teams that we are working with in order to be able to filter down the information to where it is supposed to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ramulube.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning,
Good morning, Madam.
Ms. Minana. I hope I pronounced it well. I have a
You
problem
did.
of people pronouncing my surname wrong. So I wouldn't want to pronounce others wrong as well. You are saying your CV makes an indication that you are from Tshwane, Mabopane, Block U.
That's correct.
So you were operating around, okay, you made mention when you were introducing yourself that your areas possibly of focus have been your OD areas, your Hammanskraal towards that side and so forth. What is it that you have done with relation to human rights issues that are affecting those surrounding areas, your Soshanguve, your Mabopane, Winterveld, Skandafu, towards the Mabuluka areas, Motla, run around to Hammanskraal, outside issues of pit toilets, outside issues, the scarcity of water. What other issues you would have intervened to assist the community in those areas?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. As I said, because my focus really as a woman, it has been more women. So GBV has been the main one. So issues where you find our women going to the police station and being turned back on issues of, they're wanting to open a case, for instance, against their husbands and being told that because you're married, no, go home. And the woman saying, I've been raped by my husband, and the woman is also turned back. I found myself being involved in those type of matters, where I even write letters to the police and say to them, it is a case. In other instances, you find that just because the woman does not have a protection order in terms of the Domestic Violence Act, they turn you away. They tell you, listen, wait until Monday. Come back when you have a protection order. Go to court first, go and obtain a protection order. I have to phone the police and the station command at Luate. They know that I would do that. And Mabopane police station, they know I would do that. So Shanguve, Terminus, Rithat, they know I would do that. Harangua, it doesn't matter which one. They know that Quinana will call you and say, but it is a crime. It is a crime. This woman has been violated. At this instance, the woman has been violated. The protection order is something that can come afterwards. But okay. Now we are talking about a crime that has been committed. So I found myself going around Yoli Chabile areas. We go there. We teach our women. So Varampat, those areas, all of them, we go there. We're just going around teaching because we believe that you can only teach our people in order for them to protect themselves, but at the same time, we then are able to get issues. In fact, last year.
Can I stop you there? I can see you have a passion of that, but with relates to those areas, you have a high number of an age group of between 16 to, I think, 34, 35. Of youth that has got into drugs. you will have these things, crystals, nyaupe.
Yeah.
They mainly, the high volume of numbers that of people that are using that are from those areas.
Yes.
What societal role have you played in trying to assist or educate even parents of those kids that would be influenced with those drugs? Outside your role as an acting judge in those areas, and outside that as a mother in that community, since you're coming from those areas.
Yeah. Okay, those issues are really a concern to us. And what we have been doing is we work with the police to say, what are you doing with regard to these matters? So when people are arrested for nyaupe, we want to see action. We want to see finality of the matter, matters going to court, and ultimately people getting convicted where that is concerned, because it is a crisis in those areas where we see.
You haven't.
Honorable Ramulubeng, your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Kwinana, I think try to make a distinction between yourself and Saula.
Yes,
We are
yes.
not interviewing Saula, we are interviewing you.
My apologies, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Kwinana.
Good morning, Mrs. President.
I want to further delve into this issue of being a judge and a commissioner. So you've been acting for some time. You have had many acting stints. Have you ever been interviewed for a full-time position on the bench?
No, I have not yet applied.
Why?
I haven't acted enough. I only started, if you look at the periods, I only started during COVID in 2020. I had just 5 weeks, the whole year of 2020. And I also have not been exposed to agent courts. And it was
Okay,
on
so
those
you feel that
basis.
you have not yet gained sufficient experience on the bench of the High Court?
Well, from the perspective of being an attorney, I felt I was ready. But of course, having not done it as a judge, I felt that I would need at least a stint insofar as that is concerned.
That's fine. And acting as a magistrate, you dealt with, of course, purely criminal work.
And again, it was also district court, so it was purely matters in the district
So what I'm
court.
trying to ascertain is there's no chance of you in the next 5 years applying to become a judge, or is there?
If I'm a commissioner?
Yes.
If I'm a commissioner, then I wouldn't apply, because then, isn't it that how I see it, it would, there would be conflict of interest.
Certainly, that's my point.
Yes. So how I see it is there would conflict of interest, and on those basis I wouldn't really apply,
So if
because
you're
I would be a
appointed,
commissioner.
if you're appointed as a commissioner, then you will not apply to be a judge for the next 5 years.
If I'm appointed, yes.
Because, you know, we don't want to have to go through this process again in a couple of months.
No, I wouldn't apply, because my focus will be on improving the work of the commission.
And you've mentioned your focus and how you would go about improving it. Are you aware that the Human Rights Commission, despite its many shortcomings,
Yes.
operates with a seriously constrained budget? And that, of course, does have an effect on how effective it is or isn't. And it's unlikely in the foreseeable future that it will be properly resourced financially. So how would you go about dealing with those matters that you raised about improving performance, bearing in mind that you will, in all probability, have to work with the budget they currently have and not get any more? I'd like to hear how you plan to do that.
Yeah. Not being a finance person, but I would say that one would really have to look at what has been used towards what. and we'll have to see if we cannot shift some of the items and concentrate on those that will make the better impact that we want.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Quinana.
Good morning.
In the questionnaire, you, under the section about your motivation and why you're the right person to serve, you indicated that you believe it's your interest in the development of jurisprudence and the fact that you contribute to progressive legal interpretations that makes you a good candidate. Can you give us an example how you have contributed to progressive legal interpretations in as far as it turns on human rights issues in South Africa?
Yeah. The issue regarding the registration of customary marriages, that's one thing that for me is key. The fact that people go and get lobolo certificate, they celebrate in their in their home. It's both the parties, that is from the groom side and the bride, and that's where it ends. It's a serious concern. The fact that once the groom passes on, now we find this woman going to the master's office, trying to get her benefits because she's entitled to them by virtue of the fact that she's married in terms of customary law. And she's turned away. She's told that, in fact, you need to go and register the marriage. Now, the issue is this. The Act says the fact that you have not registered the marriage does not mean that marriage is invalid. And we have Home Affairs that says that we won't register you. Go and get one party from the husband's side and one party from the woman's side. You do that, some will register. Some, you do that, they turn you away still. They say go to court.
Can I just pause you there? I understand the problem. What I'm interested in is how you, either as a judge or in performing your work as an attorney,
yes,
through a progressive legal interpretation, have fixed the issue.
Judgment. This is where I'm saying. This is where it is.
So
this is my judgment.
Have you issued a judgment in that
Yes,
regard?
I've got a judgment on this with regard, which says that Home Affairs is called upon. There must be uniformity with regard to where that is concerned. It can't be heard that when I go to Mpumalanga, my marriage is registered. When I go to Polokwane, I'm turned away. I'm told, no, it cannot happen. You know, so there has to be uniformity. And again, it's in the Act.
And
why
has that
can't we
judgment
adhere?
been reported?
No, unfortunately, it hasn't been reported. But I'm hoping maybe after it has been seen by the powers that be,
Okay.
it can be elevated.
Would you agree that it touches on basic rights issues, constitutional issues? So ultimately, did you make a finding that any law is invalid? Will it be confirmed by the Constitutional Court as a consequence, or need to be?
It's already enshrined. It is there. It's in the Act. It's there. It says it, that the fact that it is not registered does not mean I don't have a right as a woman to be able to claim, you know. But here we are. We've got the DGs of Home Affairs who just ignore you. Okay. Despite that, it is there, it is written. Okay. So I think as the Commission, this is some of those things that we can deal with to make sure that those rights are observed, okay, because it's a right of a woman.
Thank you. I need to move on.
Yes, thank you.
You indicated that you are aware that there's focus areas. Would you agree that none of the current commissioners have a focus area that deals with gender equality and gender issues?
I did see that there's one who deals with women issues, yes, only.
Okay,
but maybe not.
Can you
sense.
just, in terms of Chapter 9 of our Constitution,
yes,
what are all the human rights bodies we have in this country?
You want me to state all of them?
Yeah. The human rights bodies.
Well, we do have the Commission for gender, what do you call it, the CGE? Yes. That's the one that comes to mind quickly.
So that's the one I'm looking towards.
Okay.
So how do we, if we appoint you and you want to focus on gender issues,
Yes.
how do we then justify the existence of the CGE?
Well,
Wouldn't there be an overlap with the budget constraints? How do we justify a human rights commissioner saying, I'm going to focus solely on gender issues if there's a whole commission for gender equality?
yeah, I hear you, but remember, the commission is there to make sure that all those departments and anyone else, their focus area is adhered to. So as a commissioner, you look at whether anyone else is doing that which they've been earmarked to do. So as in terms of the commission, ours is more about protecting the human rights, the culture of human rights. So it will be, for me, it is working together. It will be in collaboration. I don't see it as impeding on their duties. I actually see it as complementing them insofar as what they are doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Kwinana.
Morning.
I'm good. I have only 5 minutes between me and you responding, so we will be short. Saula, I'll still go back there because that's your reference point. You dealt or you mentioned the issue of the gender-based violence. You're marching. Women abuse. In your definition, does it only include violence and killing?
No.
What about emotional abuse?
Emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse.
Yes. What have you done as Saula to deal with all the women in the legal profession, because that's where you are, who are being abused emotionally and otherwise by the media in South Africa?
Yeah.
Have you issued any statement condemning that?
We actually did.
Which example?
We did recently when there was a talk with regard to the appointment of advocate Kollega Gcelega and the fact what was said at Parliament.
That was the only time.
We actually did.
I'm saying that was the only time. Before then?
Before then,
because as a commissioner, I think what you were doing at Saula, you should continue to do, irrespective of who is involved or what the media is saying about that particular person.
no, before then, there must have been any other issue that we might have dealt with, maybe because I was not really responsible for the media statements. I might have missed it, but we have been, if you look
That's
at
why I'm
our...
saying maybe other examples, but yeah,
If
maybe
you look
let's pass. I don't remember seeing them. I saw other
You missed
women
them.
being abused financially, or even Parliament exposing their financial records, but nothing was done by Saula in that particular aspect. So the other issue is your issue of dealing with the abuse of state resources, where you'd find that the issue of Hammanskraal.
Yeah.
As Saula, did you issue any statement, or were you very vocal about that, or any pro bono work which you did to make sure that you hold the department or responsible?
In fact, what we did as members of Saula, we provided water in those communities because remember there was a scarcity of water. We brought some sanitation towels. We brought the sanitizers as well. In us trying to assist.
I'll just budge in, but not in that way, which is good. but then in your field, because you are women lawyers.
Yes.
Yes, and that's the responsibility of government, and they are funded to do that. They are not doing their work. What I'm saying is, for you to do pro bono work, for you to even, if you are not taking it to court, take it to the public protector or to the Human Rights Commission.
Yes.
So that's the kind of intervention I'm just asking. Did you do that?
No, we haven't done it, but in fact, what our president has decided to do is to form committees which will look at us being able to take on matters pro bono. You must understand, as Saula, very much compromised. We depend on our own resources.
Okay.
So we are all in
But,
private practice,
yes,
most
you
of
don't
us.
need resources. I think it's for the benefit of those who are in Saula and even yourself. You don't need resources to lodge a complaint with the public protector. You don't need resources to lodge a complaint with the Gender Commission. I'm just saying
But
that's
remember-
what you can take forward.
Yeah,
or
but
even you don't
remember-
need resources to lodge a complaint with the Human Rights Commission.
But Mem Cohen, you must not forget this. Members of Saula, it's a voluntary organization, firstly. These are women that are in private practice, right? That steal from their own time. And as women, you know how marginalized we are. We are not getting work. Briefing patterns are still a problem. We don't have work like our
Okay,
male
Ms. Kunene,
counterparts.
let's move-
So,
let's
no,
move.
it's important for me to mention this to
No,
you.
no.
That
Let's move.
It's
I
important.
understand.
You understand where I'm coming from?
No, I
So,
understand,
yeah,
but
so
yes,
we are
can
able
we
to
not,
do that which we
Chairperson?
can do.
Sorry, let us not have.
No, I understand.
It's important for you to understand,
No, it's
because
pro
you
bono.
are talking from a premise where you would have had resources, but here we don't have funds. I will use my
Kunene,
own car
you
to
don't
go
need-
to Hammanskraal. I don't
No,
stay
you
in
don't
Hammanskraal.
you don't need money to lodge a complaint with the public
But
protector.
I must get the information from the ground, isn't it? I must go and engage
Which
the
you-
members of the
No,
community.
you can even call
And-
them, so you don't even have the resources to call them, or you don't have, Hammanskraal. Call the communities
Thank you.
or get the
Thank you
information.
very
So,
much.
I mean, that's that. Yeah,
The 5 minutes is up.
Chairperson.
Yes. We started at 10:15.
No, I'm just saying, Chairperson, I needed your protection. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much. After Honorable Mkhwebane was Honorable Janji, and then Honorable Andrew.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Yano, for the time you've given me. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
When last did you act as a judge?
I'm currently doing pro bono for a week in the High Court.
No, I'm asking, when last did you act as a judge? Because the pro bono
Okay,
and
my
acting is not...
last thing ended on the 3rd of November
Which year?
this year.
Okay. Do you have any... Would you have any reserve judgments that you had before in your acting stint?
Yes.
And how long would that have been? How long did you reserve that judgment?
Well, we are, as acting judges, we are allowed only 3 months. So I make sure that I'm within that period.
So you kept it for how long?
Now, I always
3
finalize
months?
before the
Or
3
1
months.
month?
Beg your pardon?
3 months or 1 month?
Well, they would vary.
Okay. Any of your judges that were challenged? Your judgments that were challenged?
I actually do have a decision that was challenged, but I haven't seen the outcome.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's a bit slow, but I do have. I actually have a matter where it was an issue regarding a house of an elderly person who was coerced to sell her house, but being told that it's actually
That's fine.
just a financing project and so forth. Yeah.
That's fine. Let's pause there. The Section 181 of the Constitution deals with what we call establishment and governing principles for all the institutions supporting democracy. Can you share one of those principles?
Obviously promoting human rights and the culture of human rights, the monitoring and assessment thereof.
Are you taking a guess?
And
Are you guessing?
no, I think I read it as such.
Okay, can I just share two of those with you quickly? Subsection 2 of that says, these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. And subsection 5 says, these institutions are accountable to the National Assembly and must report on their activities and their performance to the Assembly at least once a year. I want you to give me a distinction between these two, subsection 2 and subsection 5. What is different?
What is different about their reporting?
The one says they are accountable to the Constitution and the law, and the other one says they are accountable to the National Assembly. Is there confusion there? One is subject to the law and the Constitution, then you are told you are accountable to the National Assembly. Can you help us
The National Assembly is expected to still uphold the law and, of course, to observe the Constitution. So I would not see it as different because unless if we are saying now the National Assembly is not adhering to the principles of the law and the Constitution, but the Constitution is the supreme law of the country and it has to be observed.
Okay, thank you. My last point, Chair. Somebody comes to you from the city of Cape Town, an ordinary resident, and is complaining that he had applied for a march in the city of Cape Town. The march has been agreed to, but has not been allowed to go where she wanted to go, and therefore cries discrimination. How would you handle that?
Well, what I've seen, because we are applying for a march in city of Tshwane, they've got there are requirements, and one has to complete those, and one has to meet those. So, like in any other institution, one should expect that there will be rules and regulations, and one would have to adhere to same. And if one has adhered to same, surely should be able to then be given that.
In your view,
right.
In your view, do you share that there is a discrimination?
But I do not know the reasons that have been advanced. What is imperative in this instance is for us to then find out what were the reasons that were advanced.
There are certain streets that have not been allowed to march on.
I beg your pardon?
There are certain streets that they have not been allowed to march on.
So there are streets that we are not allowed to march on,
Yes.
and on what basis?
This is what I want you to help me with.
Yeah. Remember, in every process, there will obviously be steps to be followed in order to challenge a decision. So in the event a decision that is the first outcome, one will have to escalate that decision and see how to best challenge it. And ultimately, if it comes out that that decision cannot be...
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave a homework with you on Section 36 of the Constitution. The limitation of the rights.
Limitations of rights.
Ms. Kwinana, the time is up.
My time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are still waiting for the results, the screening results from SSA. Once we have received them, depending on what they say, we might need to come back to you if there is a need to do so. But we will not deliberate until we have received those screening results. But we have been assured that they will arrive in due course. But we would like to thank you for taking the effort to make the application and also to appear for the interviews. Do you think the interviews were fair?
Well, except for being with Mem Kwemane, which almost became volatile or argumentative, and of course with also the last commissioner who would not want to allow me to go on, I would say that the other commissioners would allow you to be able to engage, which is important because you are here to express yourself. This is what you believe, and you believe that you are qualified to do the work. So if you are not allowed an opportunity to be able to express yourself and one engages just as when you're trying to reach that peak, then obviously it becomes a problem. Because remember, it has to start here. It starts within you as a person that you believe that you are able to articulate any issue that has been put across. And you believe that you're qualified to do the work.
Overall, do you think?
Overall, I would say that the questions were fair. They deal with the issues that are out there that one will have to really engage, because as a commissioner, you cannot be found wanting. You need to make sure that you are paying attention to what is happening around you. You might not be able to know the section in particular, but what is important, it is the overall of the commission's work that one is paying attention to and one is familiar with. And on those bases, Chairperson, I do thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and I thank you for allowing all the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kinana. You are now excused.
And I did articulate myself as me, but of course also as a member of South African Women Lawyers Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you.
So, Chair, before she goes, I don't know if maybe have you raised the issue of security in terms of... Yes. Oh, my apologies, I didn't hear that.
No,
Sorry, my Chair. Sorry.
no, we have. It was the first issue we raised.
I didn't want a mistake and
Yeah,
to follow
yeah.
up, Chair.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank
you are excused. I know that Honorable Engelbrecht would want a 2 minutes break.
No, I just wanted to make a suggestion.
Oh,
That
we didn't invite that.
we have 3 incumbents coming, plus one that used to be the commissioner for human rights. So I guess that the line of questioning will be somewhat different from those that we saw up and down. I just wondered that would there be a possibility that we exhaust the time or maybe even extend it, because we probably want to ask him, given the current state of affairs, assess their performance up to this point.
Thank you. Honorable Ramulubeng, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Janji, in that order.
Thanks, Chair. I think I concur with Honorable Engelbrecht, but I would want us also to, who might not be familiar with all commissioners of the human rights, to make an indication who are those returning ones who are currently serving, so that we know, because I thought we would have done this process before we could have started with Ms. Pinana. The 3 retaining, as Honorable Engelbrecht would have mentioned, including the one that used to be a commissioner, so that one knows how to go about this. On extension of time, if possible, we get that. But if it's not, I think we can still navigate through that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. But honorable members, we must also bear in mind that from a person who is outside watching, if there is an additional time, how will it come across? I think we must balance those things. Why is this one interviewed for 5 minutes and then this one for 10 minutes? Honorable Breitenbach?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just said to Mr. Engelbrecht, if he wants to make such crappy suggestions, he should ask first. We can't discriminate against candidates. They all must be treated equally. Parity is important. There are many of us, and we all sensible adults. We can craft our questions to deal with everything. I'm being very generous in my assessment. We must craft our questions amongst us to cover all the bases. That's what we've been doing all along. I don't think we can. Of course, the questions you want to ask to an incumbent is different to the ones you want to ask to somebody who's never been there before. But that's how you deal with that problem. You don't need more time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Janji.
No, Chair, I have no problem in asking incumbents questions that will allow us to get to know why they performed the way they did. I think that's okay. But I agree with you, Chair, and Honorable Breitenbach. We can't change the time. It remains that 5 minutes for each member, whatever you want to exhaust, because you're already taking this to court, these interviews, once you do that. Thank you.
Of course, I think it will be taken that they do understand the basics, the mandates, so members would not go there. But Honorable Engelbrecht, what is your view now? Has it changed, or do you still maintain your view?
No, I'm 100% fine. And I agree with Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Janki. Yeah.
Maybe you should have said, I agree with Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Breitenbach after intimidation. Honorable Ramlube?
Can we get the names of those who are returning? That's what I asked.
The ones that I know is Andrew Christopher Nissen, who will be coming in now. Bongane Christopher Majola, who is the current chair. Mr. Jonas Ben Sibanyoni, who is a part-time commissioner. Mr. Andre Gam, Advocate Andre Gam, who is a full-time commissioner. I think those are the ones. No?
Chair, kindly recap Sibanyoni, Madlingozi, and Gam, and which the last.
Madlingos
Okay.
is new.
It's Nissen, Majola, Sibanyoni, Gam.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can we invite the next candidate? Mr. Andrew Christopher Nissen, good morning. Can you, in 5 minutes, tell about yourself, what motivated you to apply, whether you're applying for a position as a full-time or a part-time commissioner, and can you do that in 5 minutes?
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you so much, and honourable members, for allowing me to have this interview with you. Indeed, I am applying for full-time, and I've been with the Commission for the last 7 years. Well, basically until the end of December, it will be 7 years. And my apologies for my voice. I'm just recovering from a flu and a cold. So,
Sounds better.
sorry?
Sounds better.
It sounds better. Thank you, Advocate. So, honorable members and chairperson, I thought, I gave a lot of thought to this, and I thought I was going to miss this because I was this morning, every decision in my life, I go to the graves of my parents. So I left the cemetery this morning at Maitland just to talk to my parents and ask them whether this is the right thing for me to do and to continue the work that I'm doing. Because I grew up in a home, a very poor family, and I grew up where my parents and my grandparents taught me the values of serving other people. And throughout my life, I think that's what I've been doing. In every aspect, I found myself, from whether it was since 1973, when I, as a young boy, I was taken to the Black People's Convention, and I've been involved my whole life in assisting people. So even when I was, for a small stint in the commercial world, I served on transformation committees in order to do better things for the workers. So I was then, in my discussion with Commissioner Ntuli, who nominated me to say, why don't you continue the work that you've been doing around the NPM, under its OPCAT, but also the kind of calls that you get on a daily basis, whether it's from this province or other provinces, just in order to assist people. And sometimes I feel I carry the hope of people in my hands. And if I stumble, that hope will crumble. So that is, Chairperson, why I felt that I should be given another opportunity to continue the work. Whether God will allow it or not, but inshallah, God willing, that I can continue to the work that I've been doing in the commission at every level. And that's the reason why I thought, let me just then accept the nomination and come yet before you and say the reason why I think I should continue in doing the kind of work. I mean, it's like, it's really a, you know, and you'll hear now further on when you ask me questions, it's really a thing that I love doing. And as a part-time commissioner, I work 24/7. My phone is like a public box. People call me when they sit in a queue at hospital, or whether, like last night from the police in Somerset, they call me, then I have to respond. And I love doing that. It's really what I mean, my parents have prayed for, that I want to be, and my grandparents. And so, Chairperson, that's why I'm here today.
So are you applying to be a full-time commissioner, part-time commissioner?
Chairperson, you know, I have been a part-time commissioner working 24/7. I've used my own money. I've used everything. I've really contributed to this commission. But when I look at that situation, I said, no, perhaps it's important for me to be full-time. But, you know, it's also when you, as a commissioner, it's how you position yourself with the authorities in every other places. But I really would like to come back as a full-time commissioner, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions for the candidate? Honorable Swart, followed by Honorable Nivot Duchen, Honorable Masego Jelle, Honorable Horn, Honorable Engelbrecht, in that order.
Chair, thank you, and I'm sure we all need to disclose. I know the Reverend Nissen from even before his time as a commissioner, so I just need to disclose that, but we all know the Reverend from engagement with her. So I just wanted to ask you, Reverend Nissen, and sorry I'm so formal, but Commissioner, the challenges that the Commission is facing at the moment, we know from its annual report, from its appearances before us, that it is facing severe challenges in implementation of the programs, of reaching targets, and there's a multitude.
Honorable Swart, we are struggling to hear you from this side.
There's a multitude of reasons for that, and probably the main reason might be financial constraints. Should you be appointed as a permanent commissioner, how would you address those issues, those deficiencies? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Swart. I mean, I think there's also a little bit of a disconnect in what the Commission is doing and what we've been reporting. Because where I sit, and where I see things happening, where I'm involved with communities on a daily basis. I mean, it's a matter of us just making sure that we do a balance between the complaints handling procedure, which is a person-made manual that you have to say you have to do A, B, C, D, whereas you have to have a rapid response in terms of how do we handle with the communities. If somebody's water is disconnected, why do you have to go through a complaints handling procedure that says 24 to 40 days? You have to go there, you got out there, talk to the relevant authorities, talk to the people, and deal with it. So in my view, I don't think, yes, there is a financial constraint, but I think we need to move away from a tick a box just so that we've got our appraisals and everything done so that everything is happy-go-lucky. I think the moment that the issues facing the Commission is to have a balance between complaints handling procedure and having a rapid response. During COVID-19, we were the only organization on the ground. Through a Section 11 chairperson of our Act, we made sure that we accredited 550 monitors throughout the country, every nook and cranny. That didn't cost us a lot of money, but we accredited them to South African Advice Office. They were there on the ground looking at everything. So yes, Honourable Swartz, what we need to do is not to get our priorities right, is to get our action right.
Can I just ask you, you see, one of the challenges is that according to the annual performance plan, certain targets are set by the Commission itself, and many of those were not met, which results in the AG giving audit disclaimers and things like that, which obviously doesn't paint a good picture for the Commission. And these are questions we're going to ask all the commissioners. So how would you then formulate your annual performance plan in a different way that you would not have those audit challenges?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Watts. Of course, as a commissioner, you've got fiduciary duties. And I think in that sense, we need to then up our game in terms of how do we exercise our fiduciary duties with regard to those annual performance. My view on the annual performance in terms of a 5-year term plan, how we do, we set the targets for the 5 years, but human rights violation doesn't have a 5-year target plan. It happens every day. It happens all over. And therefore, you have to go in there and make sure that what is reported is not only about the 5-year annual targets, but what has happened in the meantime. And I think that is where the Human Rights Commission, in my opinion, and where I would love to, if I go back there, to say, can we find a balance between these targets and what's happening on the ground? Because we can put all the targets as there. We can tick the box and we can say, that's what happened. But Honourable Swartz, life is not like that. It happens every day. Evictions, unrest, those are not part of our targets, but it's there.
I think that's something, and I'm fully aware of the incredible work that you do in the communities. And I think that is a very important point that you are making, some recording of that. But could I just ask you in the limited time I've got left,
Sure,
the
sir.
OPCAT, your experience as an OPCAT, and if you're a permanent commissioner, how would you see developing the work the very important work that you do in that regard? You serve at the UN, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so, Chairperson, Honourable Swartz. I think I need a little bit more time on explaining the OPCAT because I do. Let me just say from the onset, the fact that we, in 2006, as a state party, we have, as the country, who has a signatory to the OPCAT. And in 2019, Parliament has given the approval for the OPCAT to be ratified and bring in the National Preventive Mechanism. I can just say, it's a wonderful thing that's happened to this country because it sent a message to the world that this is a country that takes serious the issue about OPCAT and the NPM. But at the same time, it's such a good thing that it adds to the country's standing in the international community. But if I have time, I can explain more about that. But it's a wonderful thing could have happened to this country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Nivot Tuhan.
Hi, Reverend Nissen. I'd like to declare that I also know Reverend Nissen. I know him as a reverend, not the commissioner necessarily. My sign language interpreter is voicing for me. I see in your written submission with the questionnaire, you put the Department of Social Development. I believe that the Human Rights Commission needs to assist the Department of Social Development to develop, humane policies. Why did you say that? If you are appointed as a commissioner again, what will you do that has not been done before?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member. You know, the sad thing that happened a few years ago during COVID was when at Belleville that people were staying outside queuing for more than 48 hours, including Kailicha, near Rare, where they were standing outside queuing for, wanting the applications to be ratified, to be all of those kind of things. And then, of course, there was the situation where there was law enforcement shooting water over people. That was the worst thing that could have happened to poor people that's just sitting there and waiting. And that's why I think the first thing, not only for social development, but for every department that delivers a service to our people, Chairperson, it's the issue about how do we manage the queues, queue management. Because in winter, and at day hospitals, Chairperson, there's a business running there at every day hospital where people will go and take like 10 or 20 clinic cards and then stand in the queue from 6 o'clock and charge 10 Rand for people then. So the old people, elderly, don't have to come and stand there at 6 o'clock. But they are there because this person has got 10, 20.
Okay,
and so
okay.
at 8 o'clock...
Let me stop you there. I get that. But if you are appointed as a commissioner, those queues, those kinds of issues, what can be done differently and better?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member. I am engaging with the CEO of SASSA, for example, on a daily basis. I point out where are the points, the areas, and so on. So it's not as if I'm going to do it. We are already doing it now. We are engaging Home Affairs. We call them, we say to them, these are the issues. Can you not find a better queue management, Chairperson? So, yes, Chair, Honourable Member, I am there. I'm on a daily basis. I engage them. I talk to them. And this is not part of the APPs and the performance and all of those. So I cannot say to you in my work that is the targets that I've achieved. But these are the targets that people want me on the ground to achieve. And that's how I achieve. Do we succeed? Of course we do succeed, Chairperson. Is it enough? No, it's not enough, Chairperson. We need to do more. We need to have more people like that in this. And therefore, I go back to what I said about the Human Rights Commission, that we really need to find a balance between your whole APP, your complaints handling procedure, and your rapid response. And we need to balance today when Bani Pichana came and so on.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Do I still have time for one more question, Jay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to know if you, in all the years of your experience, have you ever assisted people with disabilities or the disabled community, and how can you bring their needs up front to the Human Rights Commission?
Chairperson, I wish and I would like to say this to you, Chairperson, and the committee, that if, God willing, inshallah, you can go with me and walk with me, I can talk to you throughout the country, but just on the Western Cape, and how you have to battle with a child with half a lung in Strandfontein that's been harassed by law enforcement on a daily basis. Insolent people that legs has been cut and they have to go somewhere else. certainly there are people, the disability people, that's on the forefront. We're fighting for them to get houses. When they're evicted, when they are there, we are always on the ground. We are there with them, and we always put that in the first, in fighting municipalities to say, when you evict people, when they are disability people, they should be part of the first 10% of housing that you need to get and so on. So yes, Chairperson, do we do enough? I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nissen.
Thank you, Honorable Marcel Kotsele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Mr. Musa. Yes. You have been a commissioner for 7 years, almost 7 years. And I just want to find out, in terms of your role as a commissioner and that role of the Human Rights Commissioner, I'm going to say Human Rights Commission, and there has been issues. You are indicating that you are a full-time, but you have been working, I mean to say you're a part-time, but you've been working like a full-time commissioner in terms of the contribution that you've done. What is it that you think still needs to be done? Because the impression that you are giving right now, it's not the same as the impression that the community have about the Human Rights Commission. What is it? What is your view on that one?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Chairperson. You know, in life, in general, but within the life of the Commission, there are people that will be saying, Chairperson, you're doing good, and the others will be saying you're doing bad. It depends on where you look it from. Because in South Africa, we live in a very terrible situation that social cohesion is not there. Racism is there. Name it, you name it, all of it. So depending on who is being taken to task, that person will say the commission is bad or the commission is good. But the commission must have a position where they say, irrespective of whether good or bad, we need to do the work in terms of the threefold mandate of promoting, protecting, and monitoring human rights in this country. And so my view, to you, Chairperson, to Honourable Member, yes, we will always have criticism. And if we don't have criticism, we are on the wrong path. So if you criticize us and tell us, then we can correct how we're going to do it. In doing what I've been doing, and not me personally, because I see myself as part of the commission. So when I speak as the commission, not me personally, because we are acting on behalf of the mandate by which we were appointed by the President of the Republic of South Africa as commissioners within the commission. So when the commission do these things, and maybe, yes, we've got faults, and yet maybe we fall by the side, but we're doing it as this commission. I still go back to say, the commission needs to go back to its roots in terms of when it was started by Commissioner Dr. Bani Pichane and Dr. Leon Wessels and Judge Colopin, to have a balance between have this tick the box, but at the same time to say, how do we move the commission and the landscape of human rights in this country? We are 26 years as the Human Rights Commission in this country. I've asked in the commission, and I will continue to ask, can we do an audit as to how we've moved human rights further in this country?
Thank you.
If we haven't done it, let's continue to do it.
Thank you. Thank you. And the other question that I have, because I have 5 minutes to adhere to, I just want to find out, are you aware that there are challenges, there are complaints in terms of the relations within the commission?
Absolutely. To you, Chairperson, absolutely. They have been like that before we joined the commission. I don't know whether members here are aware that even before we came in 2018, there were complaints written by staff members to this Honourable Portfolio Committee. So there are challenges. Of course, there are many challenges within any organization. And the fact of the matter is that COVID has been dealing us a bad blow in terms of how we operate, how we do things in the commission. And I'm fully aware of it. And we are discussing it as the commission. And as the Commission, we have to find a collective response to that, and not just simply blaming or naming people, but saying as the Commission, let's listen. As commissioners, let's listen. Let's find a path. How do we resolve these problems? Chairperson, if we do not as a Commission find that platform to listen to our staff, and you know, I've worked in the commercial arena, and we always used to say, our staff are the biggest asset of our organization. And if we cannot take care of that asset in the organization, that asset will be a liability. So let us then give us this opportunity as a Commission to take care of that asset and listen to them and seek to resolve the problems.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I have the last question, Chairperson. Or if I still have time. I don't have time. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Reverend.
Morning, Mr.
So one of the issues I personally and the committee really has touched base with the current cohort of commissioners over the last number of years is, of course, the relatively slow pace with which the Commission deals with reports, whether it's in respect of systemic issues, but also in respect of specific complaints. So if you are reappointed, what practical steps do you believe will need to be implemented by the new group of commissioners to fix that?
Thank you, Chairperson, through you, Honourable Horn. I recall something that you mentioned many years ago about the water issue in the Free State. And I remember that we had a commissioner for sanitation and water and so on. And you know, I have visited the Free State quite a number of times, and I looked at it, and I always remind them, our provincial office, this is what Honourable Horn has been talking about, fighting for water for our people. So I think, you know, when you're a part-time commissioner, you are reminded you are part-time, you see? So if you're a full-time commissioner, you can actually say, sorry, but this is what we need to do, which I'm doing at the moment. Because I'm pushing these issues. Whether I'm part-time or full-time, I'm really pushing it. So what I'm saying to you, Honourable Horn, through you, Chairperson, is the one thing that I think that this Commission needs to do is stop delays. Stop, you know, waiting and having another meeting. The time for this Commission, if I'm going to go back there, is really be forthright and say, what we decided in 2017 when we came in 2018, we said we want to be visible and vocal. Unfortunately, some of us became that, others didn't. So that is what we do through you, Chairperson, that is what I will really, my eyes set on it. And I know I have ruffled a number of feathers over the years, but this is the one thing I want to do if I go back, and saying, how can we make the Commission more efficient, time-bound, and making sure that we have results. And that's why I go back to this complaint handling procedures, 20, 40 days, with simply pick up the phone, simply going there and say, this is what we need to do. With regard to our hearings and our inquiries, indeed, I think we spend a lot of time and money on having these long hearings, long inquiries, where you can do it within a specific time. And that's what the thing I would like to do, is to have a time-bound effect on hearings and inquiries.
Okay, I want to take it a bit further. I mean, we're now in the run-up to an election next year. And many in civil society is of the view that what can be expected is in the run-up to the election is a repeat of what we saw in KZN and Gauteng in July 2021 with the unrest and civil disobedience. How can we communicate or ensure that we appoint a set of commissioners who will at least know that their responsibility in, for example, finalizing a report on that matter is not necessarily only focused looking backwards, but also looking forwards, and that therefore they must impose have self-imposed deadlines to assist the country.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Horn, you're correct. We need to have deadlines, we need to be there, but I'd like to take it a step further. The Human Rights Commission is not only a commission that needs to react to things. It needs to be there to say, what is the lay of the land? Because how can you do human rights monitoring and protection and so on if you do not know the socio-political situation in the country? And by that I mean that we need to sit down and say, as the Commission, what does the lay of the land look like? And how do we, through our advocacy program, begin to really emphasize, and we've lacked in that, the whole issue about rights and responsibility through our advocacy program, because if we're on the ground, we'll hear what people are saying. And when we hear what people are saying, we can make our plans to that. And so that is important for the Human Rights Commission to be on the ground.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Reverend Nissen.
Advocate.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks. Will you agree with me, you being in the unfortunate position of being an incumbent, so you have to answer these questions. Will you agree with me that the Human Rights Commission has not distinguished itself in the past 5 years? Let's be kind and say only the 5 years.
Well, Advocate, I recall a discussion that I had with you just in the passing in front of our offices about a few years ago, when you were saying to me, and I really appreciate that, and I really, through you, Chairperson, I really appreciate that the Human Rights Commission is like kind of, selective. That's not your words, but I think you to that extent. And I really took that to heart. And I thought about that very much in whatever I try to do, whether it's an unrest or whatever. What's it that we do that distinguish ourselves from any other thing, And I really thought about that. And you would have observed through you, Chairperson, that in my actions, and my actions are the Commission's action, not mine, but in doing that, I've really tried in all of that, whether I get a call from Helen Ziller, the then Premier, or the General Particular of the SAPS and so on, to say, can you do A, B, C, D? I would then say, with respect to you, through you, Chairperson, Honourable Advocate, that I do think in some respects we have. In other respects, maybe we have not distinguished ourselves. But in some respects, we have really come up.
Would you agree with me that you could and probably should have done better?
Absolutely, through you, Chairperson. Any organization that rests on their laurels and say, we've done this, is doomed to failure. There's always room for improvement, and therefore I think we can advocate.
So, being mindful of the fact that you've had challenges and that the Commission is financially constrained, and I concede that readily, that position is unlikely to change. So if you are returned as a commissioner, and bearing in mind that I have very limited time, would you give me 4 points that you intend to address to improve the performance of the Commission tangibly, visibly, so that we can see it, feel it, touch it?
Chairperson, thank you. Advocate, I intend doing that, as I've always been throughout the country. I mean, I'm not speaking for the Western Cape only, Chairperson. I've traveled the whole of the country. I've seen the devastating violations of human rights. Just last week.
Sorry, Reverend, listen, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sure.
But I asked you for 4 points that you intend to apply to improve the performance. You're going to run out of time and you won't have got there yet.
Okay, quick. Thank you, Chairperson. Governance. Let's reinforce our governance and fiduciary duties. Second, it is let us fast track our inquiries, our hearings, etc., so we get eager. So avoid the point that Honourable Horn made in terms of, long overdue. Third thing, what we need to do is to bring a balance between complaints handling and rapid response. That is very important. The fourth thing is that what we need to do is really be the organization that takes the country forward in having a pro-poor budget, influencing government, influencing anti-corruption, having our business and human rights thing, all of that together. Those are the four things. There's a whole list, but those are the four things on my list. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
You know that the pro-poor budget is a DA concept, but I'm very happy that you adopted it. Let me just ask you this. Bearing in mind that those are your 4 points, what has prevented you from implementing them up to now?
Chair, thank you, Chairperson. I don't want to get involved in politics. But that is one of the things that we started 5 years ago in the Commission. We had it as a pro-poor budget as a thing. We haven't really fully implemented. What has prevented us, Chairperson, is really, as a Commission, we were like kind of all the issues that came to us. And the Commission is like a rolling stone. People come every day, there are issues. So you grab and you move and so on. So it's like, because we're there, we're in the face of people, despite what people are saying. We're in the face of our 9 officers throughout the country. They're working very hard. So what has prevented us now is just the sheer volume of work.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht.
Thank you very much. Chair, good morning, Mr. Nissen.
Good morning.
Up to now, you were a part-time commissioner, and since January 2023, you were appointed on the UN subcommittee for the prevention of torture for a 3-year period, also a part-time position, and you are obviously very heavily involved with the national mechanism for torture prevention. So should you be appointed as a full-time commissioner now, given all of these things that you are involved given on a part-time basis, plus your 4 points that you just mentioned in your answer to Honourable Breitenbach, where will your focus be? Because obviously this is a lot of things that you need to do at the same time. And something you can do good and other stuff not so good. I want to know where's your focus going to lie amongst all of these things.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Engelbrecht. Is Engelbrecht?
Yes.
Being on the United Nations Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture is not a full-time. It's 3 times a year in Geneva. But I must thank the South African government, Department of Justice, Deputy Minister and Minister, and DIRCO, because this is one of the conventions that's working for South Africa. We've got a number of treaties and treaty bodies.
Sorry, Mr. Nissen, I know what they do. I just want to know.
No, I'm coming to that.
Where? Because I only have 5 minutes, and
Okay,
you won't
sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Engelbrecht. No, the focus will be, as always been, in the South African Human Rights Commission.
Thank you.
That's where I will spend my energy, my time, that I've done in the past 7 years, 6 plus. I've spent the time there, and I will be. And the unfortunate thing, to you, Chairperson, Honourable Engelbrecht, it is that, we do so much good work as this commission. And I must tell you, yes, we do enter into, sometimes it appears to be that we're not really fair or unfair, but we really, my time would be. Last night I got a call from Somerset West Police Station about a woman that's been arrested. I take those calls. I'm there. So it will be in the South African Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. Then I've got one more question. So given the very poor performance from the Commission itself over the last number of years,
And in all of these annual reports, you know, the Human Rights Commission is very quick to tell us that, oh, one of the biggest challenges they experience is the failure by the relevant parties to give effect to their recommendations. And then obviously the Mpumalanga division of the High Court judgment that said that none of your directives should be or is binding. The Human Rights Commission now sits with a legitimacy problem in the eyes of the public, and because it's very negative media that goes out. And I take it that you do some good work and stuff, but people don't know about that. They tend to know about the bad stuff. So what do you think will you change in terms of public opinion? Not about the nitty-gritty, what are you going to do, 4 steps or this way. In terms of the public perception that at this stage is unfortunately not very positive when it comes to the Human Rights Commission.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Obviously, I'm not going to comment on the case because we've taken legal advice on it, and now we disagree because the Constitutional Court have given this commission various tasks, including focusing on Lindela and all of those kinds. So there are many court cases where the commission has been given the responsibility, including the Cape High Courts have called upon the commission to mediate and all of those things because they recognize the role that the commission plays. Judge Nathan Erasmus has been very good at that and not wanting to just give an order without involving the commission. So the commission has been very much involved. In terms of public perception, one must be very careful when you look at Chairperson at public perception. Public perception can say, you know, today you lost this and you weakling. Tomorrow they say you're good. So public perception, what we've been doing, and I can appeal to you and I can say to you, Chairperson, in the last few years, the commission has never been so public as ever before. I can attest to that in terms of how the media has been. Last week, I was in Geneva, but I had to deal with the issue about the 110 children that died of malnutrition, kwashiorkor, and so on. So we've dealt with that. So what I would like to do with the commission, not me personally, but with all the workers, the very hard-working monitors, human rights, legal officers within the commission to say, how do we talk more about ourselves, what we're doing, instead of keeping quiet? And yes, we are making mistakes. Yes, there are fault lines. And yes, we can improve. But Chairperson and Mr. Engelbrecht, what we will do, Honorable Engelbrecht, is to say, not to rest on our laurels, but to say, how can we help every person that comes to us? If it's one person, it's collective, it's a community, how can we assist them in the realization of their rights?
Thank you very much, Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Dennison.
Tobela.
Oh, Lochan.
Ralina.
Yes, you speak a lot about a lot which you are doing, and I see in your CV, you say you have strong, excellent management skills, strong leadership skills, excellent strategic planner. So they've said it, the honorable members, about the failure of the Human Rights Commission to meet your targets. And with those expertise, how are you not making sure that, you are 7 years almost now, but you haven't met, the commission hasn't met the annual commissioner specific targets. I don't know whether you have met yours, because you know the issue of planning, annual performance plan, strategic planning. You can't plan to fail.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Mkhwebane. I remember the time that the two of us spent at Masiphumelele. And you know how we have resolved and continue, it's not yet resolved because the city of Cape Town has not come to the party. And that's where we failed. I am one individual within the commission, so I can influence the commission. And if the commission, because we are 7 other commissions, so with all my skills, I can only influence, I can only advocate, I can only be there and so on. But if the collective decide otherwise, then I can't throw out my toys because I'm part of a collective. But I do know that the reflection of our last annual report must be seen against all the other annual reports that we've had there. All the others, because the others doesn't speak to the last one. And so we can't just take one annual report and make a thing. But if you look at our
I'm
track
just
record,
checking the past 7 years. Did you meet your targets?
Indeed. Indeed, maybe we failed 1 or 2 personally. I have always put in my targets, I would always say, these are the APPs, but please look beyond the APPs. This is what I'm doing, and that is not recorded. It's unfortunate that it's not recorded, Chairperson, because I have done, I mean personally, and I say personally, I'm sorry, I apologize, I've done it on behalf of the Commission. Wherever I've gone, it's on behalf of the Commission.
Okay, on the question of your complaints process.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of this, the one where you can lodge a complaint, walk in, online and everything. Are you participating or are you monitoring that? Is it gazetted? I understand it's gazetted. Are you complying to that as the Commission?
Chairperson, thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane. This is the problem that we have. That's why I'm referring always to complaints handling procedure and where we are as the Commission. Because if the complaints handling procedure in our organization has been developed by human beings, and it's like 3 times the Bible that you need to go through. Whereas human rights violations don't depend on that. So you come and you complain there, and commissioners are not supposed to get involved in the complaints handling procedure. You have to refer the complaints to the relevant office, and they go through the process.
But are you not monitoring that?
Of course.
Yes, because the Commission reports to you.
Of course, we do monitor it, and we do raise the issues that are there, but the complaints handling procedure is that 20 days, 20 days, 40 days, 30 days, Chairperson. And in the meantime, if somebody's water is cut, I'll give you examples. Somebody's water is cut in Samonium. They need to complain to it takes 20 days for I go there. So maybe I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Yes, I'm guilty.
I think the question is the issue of if then it's 20 days, 20 days. What are you doing to as commissioners? Because then you can instruct that process, if there are early resolution matters, that is then incorporated in the Gazette. Is that not done? So you just proceed without complying to it?
Chairperson, thank you, Honourable Member. You know, we must also be very careful as commissioners wanting to interfere into that complaints handling procedure. So we allow that process to continue, but I will give you one example. I'll give you one example. A lady complained for us for 2 years about a birth certificate, and it's in the complaints handling procedure. And they sent it to Home Affairs in Barrack Street. They continue to do that, and it so happened that one morning I was there, and I found this lady, and I called Mr. Isaacs from Home Affairs. The lady went there. It was resolved within 1 day. So yes, we do monitor. We ask them how far they, but we're practical possible. We intervene and say, how can we resolve the issues?
But then the reports, the delay to issue reports, the investigations. I mean, the Eastern Cape, 120 children who've died. You've just issued the report. And I mean, 1 death is too many. You delayed so much. What are you saying about that?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Mkhwebane, you know...
Commissioner Nissan, can you be brief? Because time
very brief. I'm sorry. Mhlekazi, you can't take an umfundisi and ex-politician together. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
No, Honorable Kwebane, yes, no. I can tell you that we've already raised that before the report was released. We raised it with the executive in the Eastern Cape.
And
We are busy discussing with them on this matter.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramulubiang. Mike.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Andrew Neeson, I've seen in your CV, your kids hold their second names are in Zulu or Xhosa.
Ewe ma.
Okay. That's very nice. What is your views with regards to decriminalization of sex work?
Inkosi ma, siyabulela kakhulu. Mongameli, ndiyathanda le mbuzo, because you see, we are living in a society where poverty has been criminalized, from homeless to sex workers and the sex workers industry. The sad thing about the sex workers industry is that the seller is being punitive action against the seller. The buyer walks away like that. And de facto, at the moment in this country, we haven't seen any, sex workers being prosecuted. De facto, we are in a decriminalized society. What has happened, we've learned from the rest of the world, is that when the Dutch government decriminalized the sex workers industry, they effectively dealt with a number of issues: pimps, turf, drugs, etc., and brought them into a situation where they have, they are health screens, taxpayers, demarcated areas, all of those things. The problem that we have is that we enter in society with our morals, and our cultural issues that we think it's from a Christian perspective, Muslim perspective. We then go in there and we from this. But the fact of the matter is prostitution is as old as human beings are there.
What
and
has
it's best
been-
for us.
What has been your role?
I have been involved with SWET, with the NGOs, Triangle, and talking to them. We have made a contribution as the Commission in putting our views in terms of, what we think, where we should be going, from a human rights perspective, not a moral, not a cultural, not a traditional perspective, from a human rights perspective, how we think decriminalization of the sex industry will cut out the dignity of the person, but at the same time deal, Commissioner Chairperson, with the issues around the socioeconomic issues that accompanies that.
In your experience, when I went through your resume, it makes an indication that you would have dealt also with issues of petty offenses that you might have came across. What has been your role, especially with relates to the overcrowding of prisons that currently South Africa faces, vis-a-vis human rights pertaining to offenders, because of overcrowding at times leads to shortage of beds, and you would find especially those who are, what do you call them, who are not yet sentenced, having to, demand retainees, having to be sleeping on the floors and stuff like that. What has been your role in that aspect, seeing that you would have listed that you would have dealt with offenses?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member. I've been visiting prisons throughout this country, and one of the problems we have is remand detainees. The overcrowding is not with sentence offenders, it's with remand detainees. And I'm going to give you a few examples. And I want to thank Commissioner
Can we
Klaas.
have one so that I can go to my last question?
Commissioner Klaas of Correctional Services, together with Judge Klope, went around to try to see how they can decrease overcrowding. You can't sentence a person that stole a mirror, and then that person, the mirror is 200 rand, the bail is 400 rand, he can't afford it. It costs the country 18,000 rand a month to keep that thing. So we need to re-look at how we do the bail and the remand detainee situation. It's overcrowded because of remand detainees. And Judge Saldana has dealt with it overcrowding, but it caused more problems, I can tell you now, because taking hard criminals from Cape Town and put them into rural areas created gangster culture in that area. So we need to look at how we deal with remand detainees.
Okay, I get that. It's your focal area would have been remand detainees. The country is getting young. You would agree. And then we're seeing younger people coming into the space wanting to contest or wanting to be absorbed in systems that traditionally would have been not ideal at some point. How do you intend to adapt in the country getting young in promoting or increasing the visibility of the Human Rights Commission?
I guess, Chairperson, through you, Honourable Member, that the country is young, but the country has also got a history of where we come from. And we have to, at all times, bring all those different categories of people together, because the young cannot cope without the elderly. So that fusion of advice and information continues. Human rights is not just simply about the young and the old.
How do you intend to adapt or infuse?
Ramulubeng, your time is up.
Sorry.
Honorable Janche.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick, Slalo. Umfundisi uNisani ngiyamazi. Sisebenze kakhulu and has always been my leader, except today. Ivili lijikile namhlanje. So no, he can hear Xhosa. Yeah, now I'll translate for you. Thank you. Please. So ndifuna ubeka on record that I do know him. I just have two basic issues I want to raise with you, and I hope we'll do that in the 5 minutes. So the first one, and you have laid it down here, your own journey, and part of that journey is what I know him from, that he would have been not just a member of the ANC then, but was a leader of the ANC in this province. Now, with that in mind, I was going to ask you a question which I've asked others. How are you going to ensure that you are independent, you are impartial, and you operate with integrity? But I'm not going to ask that question in a theoretical way. I want you to, you've mentioned this at the beginning, share with us how you did this in the water cannon thing involved in the social development, where a minister was involved who's an NEC member and a member of the ANC, and you would have been in the trenches with this person. So I'm interested as to what motivated you to drive the things the way you did without showing that you're together, you're coming from the same home, and you drove it in a very harsh, particular way, almost like saying you don't have any holy cows. I want you to tell us that in terms of how you want to operate as independent and impartial. That practical example. Minister.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Yankee. Yes, indeed. I'm reminded, and Advocate Breitenbach will remember this, that she asked me that question when I entered the first time. She asked me that question, you're an ANC member, whatever, would you know, that says, and I said, unfortunately, I can't help it, that's where I come from. I can't help it, but judge me by my actions. That were my answer. Honorable Breitenbach will remember. That's what I said. Judge me by my actions. And indeed, I called the minister. And I expressed on behalf of the commission our dissatisfaction. And I demanded an apology, which she then, through it enabled it. And the next day I was there. We were there with the team. We managed also in Kailicha. We went there, we worked with her. And so what I did receive through you, Chairperson, Honorable Yankee, is that they do respect when you take them on. When you don't take them on, then they don't respect you. Then they think they can do whatever they want to do. To this portfolio committee chair, we've come here as the commission. We told you as this portfolio committee that municipalities are not respecting us. And we've appealed to you to get to the municipalities through the different, but we are taking them on.
Yeah, in other words, just to finish that point, anybody who will then accuse you that you would be biased to your former comrades, with that example, you debunk that.
Absolutely. I've been working in this province with municipalities. I ask you, Chairperson, that anybody can say that I've taken on municipalities, except for the Cape Town city, in which the homeless people that we've been involved in, but anybody can say I deal with any mayor, any minister, any MEC, one-to-one, and not in the papers.
Thank you. Let's pause there because you see, you know, the reverend and ex-politician you said can be a very explosive thing, so it can go on. My last point, Chair. I like what you said, and whatever minutes you have just to speak on that. If you are successful, how are you going to deal with what you told us? You said there's a disconnect between work done and what is reported. In other words, it seems that that disconnect is doing a disservice to the image of the commission. If you are lucky, fortunate, and you are selected, again, you've mentioned something before here. Can you repeat and tell us how you're going to fix this disconnect?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Very briefly, I think as Advocate Breitenbach asked me for 4 things, those are the 4 things I would really do. Secondly, I would really ask the Commission to review the complaints handling procedure to include these non-targeted, day-to-day crises, violation of human rights on a daily basis. How do we incorporate that? I'd really would like to do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Nissen, you said there are people who will always remind you that you are not a full-time commissioner, you are a part-time commissioner. Who are those?
Chairperson, let's leave it like that, Chairperson. It's just that I think I have made my contribution, and I will continue to make my contribution.
No, it's important for us as a committee because, let's say, for an example, it's the staff that does that. Whether commissioners are part-time or full-time, they deserve to be treated with respect. If it's among commissioners, I mean, it's a very serious matter. It's not something that can be brushed over. We have dealt with issues of the intoxic environment that has been reported to us. I do think that as a committee, if that issue comes to our ears, the committee can't pretend as if it did not hear it.
Chairperson, respectfully, thank you so much for that, and I really appreciate that. But I think that I've come here today, although it's a personal, being an individual applying, but I do think I represent a commission, and with staff, members, commissioners, my fellow colleagues, and the whole civil society that supports us. And I really appreciate what you are raising, but I would like to end it there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Commissioner Nissan, we are still waiting for the results of the screening committee because some of the candidates submitted late. Once the results are out, if there is anything that comes out of the screening committee that warrants that we interact further with you, we will let you know, but we will not deliberate until we have received those results. But thank you very much for taking the effort to apply and to appear before the committee. Do you think that the interviews were fair?
Chairperson, indeed. And I would like to thank all the honourable members that are here. And I know I've interacted with some of them, and you know, we've been differing at times, but we also agreed on it. And if the honourable members could keep in touch with commissioners, not only once a year, but keep in touch all the time, either individually or collectively, because that is how you'll keep us as the commission or the commission more accountable and so on, because you're the watchdog over the watchdog. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissan. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Asking for comfort.
I thought she's a chairperson. I thought she was complaining about me.
Thank you.
I know.
Can we have 5 minutes comfort break?
Yeah, let's do that.
Can we have a 5 minutes comfort break?
5 minutes,
The basin is sour. We will never forgive.
you can have my 5 minutes in this. But when they come back at the end of the month, then I want these 5 minutes again. Because I think down there. You know, basically they're coming back. Something I was from this working sometime. I saw the crack. I went up there. You said each is what you say.
This one.
It's in what you have and and do the necessary. Because of layoff.
Oh, cool. Petri, it's lonely. That walk, eh? Where have you been? That walk.
trying to attack me to some but it just doesn't stop. Driving me mad.
So let's start. Can we invite the candidate?
You can just leave it open. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Son.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm well, yourself, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you, in 5 minutes, tell us about yourself? Why did you apply? What motivated you to apply, whether you're applying for a full-time or a part-time position?
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning to the panel. My name is Grandson. I'm from Johannesburg. I'm born in a township in Soweto called Noordgesig. I grew up in El Dorado Park. I am married. I have 2 daughters. I am here to contribute as far as human rights is concerned, issues facing education, housing, the economy as far as unemployment is concerned, gender-based violence, or community or social security. We are all affected by this. I believe that my background, as far as not only speaking about my paralegal experience or environmental management in my experience of going out and assisting in communities in the Northern Cape via the social labor plans with the mining environments, and their responsibility and duty to ensuring that those communities benefit from the activity of mining that happens in that particular area. My association with the Tembekile Mandela Foundation and the work that we conduct there. Yes, to then take that experience, the academic qualification, and allow for a platform such as the South African Human Rights Council to further see what value I'm able to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Son. Members, are there any questions? Honorable Nibor Tuchen, followed by Honorable Janche, Honorable Swart, Honorable Masego Chele, Honorable Horn, Honorable Breitenbach, in that order.
Hi, I'm Wilma Neodruchen. My sign language interpreter Trudy is voicing for me. I see in your written submission with regards to the question asked, what are the key human rights challenges? And then you've listed a few of them. Now, with that in mind, I'm just wondering if you should be appointed as a commissioner, what would your preferred focus areas be on?
Thank you for the question. I don't think it would be my... Thank you for the question. I don't think it would be my personal preference as far as which issues needs to be addressed, but more an assessment of what the South African Human Rights Council has done over a particular period, and whether as a commission or an organization we could review which period we wish to review, look at how it is done, how it has performed, where the pressing challenges are, and in the light of the current financial constraints is to see what budget could be allocated, what resources we have available, what qualifications we have to make the most impact. So that would be the approach.
Thank you. Thank you. If you know or read or saw in the news about the Human Rights Commission, you would see that their performance has been declining. Now, if you are appointed as a commissioner, what improvements would you like to do, to assist them to improve on the work of the commission?
So I think my approach would stem from where my strengths are, which is risk management, having a look at organizational structure, look at where there's governance issues, identify where there's gaps as far as maybe qualifications are concerned, resources, and then put together a plan that we've all agreed upon, that perhaps this panel would approve in terms of where we've identified what approaches we would take. I mean, we could look at Stats SA's results as well and have a look at where gaps are. There's been a lot of criticism or nuances in terms of, whether or not government has performed as far as service delivery is concerned, which highlights issues as far as housing, education, social security is concerned, some of those elements, and to come up with a detailed plan of how we try and better its performance.
Thank you. In your years of experience, have you ever assisted people with disabilities or worked within the disabled community, knowing the needs of the marginalized and vulnerable group, and how, if you are appointed, can you assist and bring their issues in front?
Not in a organization. but I do have family members who have disability. I'm aware of the challenges that they face. I'm not an expert in it, but I believe partnering with those experts and ensuring that individuals who come with the necessary experience are people who we can collaborate with to ensure that we give our best as far as servicing that particular area is concerned.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janche.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Son, morning, you can take your water. Just share with this panel, what's your understanding of a fit and proper commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding of a fit and proper commissioner is somebody who, first of all, understands the act that governs the South African Human Rights Commission, that being Act 40 of 2013, which speaks of the composition, the powers, functions and functioning of the Commission. It also relates to or assists in the repeal of the Act of 1994 and the other pieces of legislation that
sure.
could assist that.
We can pause there. Okay. Are you fit and proper, and why?
I think first of all, let me say that I'm a South African. I'm patriotic. I am born in 1975. I come from an environment that was previously disadvantaged. I understand the dynamics of my society. I think I've pushed myself with the help of my family and community and the organizations that brought us to where we are today as a functioning democracy from apartheid. I think I'm more fortunate now with my qualifications, my work experience, where I live. I'm very well traveled. And I believe that this is an opportunity to contribute. And if you look at the boards that I serve on, they are deliberate in terms of where I'm able to give back.
Thank you. We won't go there. My next point, here's a scenario for you. A group of young women applied for a march in the city of Johannesburg. Their march has been approved. They are not happy because they have not been allowed to go into certain streets. And they come to you as a new commissioner and are saying this is discrimination to them. I want you to help this panel. How would you assist that group, first of all?
Okay, so obviously we'd have to look at what was approved as far as the march was concerned.
So the march is approved.
Yeah.
There's a certain route, certain streets, but not all the streets they wanted to go to have been approved.
Okay, so we'd have to understand why those particular streets were not approved. There could be particular reasons from perhaps law enforcement agencies, government policies, regulations, whether it impacts on particular infrastructure or we need to understand from a a legal perspective, from a political perspective, why.
Let's go to the legal perspective as a last point. What is your in line with that? What is your understanding of Section 36 of the Constitution? Which is, I'll give you what it says, which is about the limitation of rights. And I want you to bring that into that situation.
Okay, if we've clearly found that their rights have been impeded on, then the process of making the necessary application to address what has happened so that it can be challenged, and to give justice to the fact that they have been discriminated against as far as their march is concerned, and that they were not treated fairly.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Masego Chebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good day, or good morning, I still don't know the time now. Good morning, Mr. Sam. I just want to take it from where my colleague left in terms of the fit and proper person. That I want to find out what motivated you, what really motivated you to want to become a commissioner.
Okay, so my motivation to be here today is to assist in any form or way as far as contributing to society, and ensuring that I'm able to give back as far as assisting society with its requirements of moving us from the issues that we are facing as far as housing is concerned, education is concerned, access to healthcare is concerned, access to the economy is concerned, and ensuring that we've got sustainable and from a humanitarian perspective, community or social security.
Okay. My next question is that there has been criticisms outside there. I'm sure you are aware of that. This commission, the Human Rights Commission, does not. It looks like it doesn't exist. It doesn't help. Doesn't have teeth in terms of biting. So, what is it that you think that you'll bring into the commission to assist the commission give the different perspective in terms of that?
I agree that I'm aware of the criticism that the Commission is not seen as society's watchdog as far as human rights is concerned. And in order to change that perception is to make contact and collaborate with various agencies and institutions, as well as experts as far as marketing is concerned, to really showcase who the Commission is, what value it brings, strengthening its processes as far as governance is concerned, management systems is concerned, as far as how its systems are concerned, as far as reporting, investigating, and reaching a decision on either meting out justice for those who seek it, or the directives that it makes, that they action in the shortest possible time. So all of these are functions that would have to come into some form of a business plan, and to advocate for policy where it lacks, as well as advocate for budget, to ensure that you have this turnaround of how it is perceived and that its functions are impactful.
Thank you. The last question is about the Chapter 9 bodies. Do you know of any and how do they relate to the Human Rights Commission?
They would work in collaboration with the Human Rights Commission, or it's advisable that that they all collaborate, whether it's Chapter 9 institutions, NGOs, whichever entities that are associated with the core values, principles, and functioning of what the South African Human Rights Council wishes to do and achieve, is to partner with all of them to get us to what we aim to deliver.
The last question. Do I still have time, Chair?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Horn?
So, Chair,
Oh, it's you.
got me on the list.
Yeah, okay, proceed.
Thank you.
Sir. Proceed.
My apologies. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Son. My name is Steve Swart. I'm just trying to understand, where are you presently with I Am Black Gold, the founder and chairman? That's it. What is your present employment?
My present employment is that I'm an independent consultant.
And that the I Am a Black Gold, is that a company you run in as well? Because it says up to the present, is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm just trying to understand, time-wise, if you were to be appointed as a commissioner, how would your business and consultants, and how would that be impacted?
I'm not sure of the scope of work as far as timelines are concerned, but I would be agreeable on participating on a part-time basis. And again, I am not familiar with the scope as well as the time that it takes.
Yes.
To do the work. So
Thank you.
Once I have sight of that, then it's something that we could discuss.
I see that there's a process, you refer to paralegals, and do you have any legal qualifications or practice of law, human rights law, anything like that?
No.
No. And I see that you've got extensive business experience of setting up a very impressive CV, but it would appear to me that you'd probably be more suited as a CEO position in the Human Rights Commission or something like that. What would your, and we know that position is already filled recently, but what would your response be to that?
Yeah, I think I've also been deliberate in answering my questions, in that I would want to have a look at what the structure of South African Human Rights Council looks like, where its issues are, and to address those issues internally in terms of building capacity, ensuring that its management systems are in place, that the necessary training is provided, that governance is in place, all in support of strengthening the council or the commission's work.
So you'd agree that's more of a CEO position, would you? Or do you think a commissioner should also be involved in that?
Yeah, it's
might be a bit unfair question,
yes,
but let's move on.
No, I wouldn't say unfair question, but it's something that could be discussed.
Yes. So just what could be a real attribute is the financial constraints that the Commission operates under, and your extensive experience in business, in turning around businesses that is alluded to in your CV. Do you think that you could assist the Commission in operating under a very constrained financial situation with vacancies in key positions to achieve what the Commission is set out to do in its mandate?
Correct. So there I would be able to apply my management experience of identifying, what we believe should be prioritized, and then to improve the organization's limited resources to optimize and improve its efficiencies.
I just need to ascertain, you've got your MBA, MPhil, and doctoral research. So you've got your doctorate, or are you still busy with that?
I have completed doctoral level research articles, and they have been peer reviewed, so we are
Waiting for that process.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And then lastly, I noticed the engineering consulting company that you, the Batu Pama Engineering Consulting, did a lot of work for ESCOM during 2012 to 2018 at Matla and Creel, and we know that was at the time of state capture. Were you aware of any irregularities at that time as being highlighted in the Zondo Commission?
Not that I'm aware of. We went through a process, and I can tell you the background to Batu Pahameng. I was employed in Botswana.
Batu Pahameng.
Pahameng.
I've got it right this time. Thank you.
People upliftment.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was employed in Botswana as a expat, and before that I was with Coca-Cola. Had the opportunity of being moved around with my family, but my family did not want to move to Botswana, so I had commuted, and we started the...
Mr. Son, can you summarize your time?
Okay, so we started the business and managed to get an opportunity in the Northern Cape under Dr. Patrice Motsepe's business, ASMAG, and morphed from doing side curbings to a soup kitchen to mechanical engineering, tendered for work, managed to get into ESCOM, and the contract ran from 2012 up to 2017, and then it was a as and when basis up until before 2019 hit. And we were unable to get
I'm sorry, our time is up, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Honorable Horn, maybe before Honorable Horn, are you saying that you did not read the structures of the Human Rights Commission when you're preparing for this interview?
I have, Chair, but I believe that there is a discussion between the scope of work of the CEO and the Commissioner.
Thank you. Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, sir. So in preparing for this interview, one would believe that you would have studied the output of the Human Rights Commission over the last years. What do you think is, in terms of investigating and or reports, not necessarily stemming from a complaint, but a report on investigations into systemic issues in our country, what has been the highlights of the Human Rights Commission's output over the last 5 years?
There has been a huge backlog as far as investigation is concerned, as well as getting directives implemented by either other agencies or reaching finality of complaints. So those exist.
Okay. Can you name any issue which you feel that they've dealt with in a let's say, an efficient way?
No, I can't.
Okay, and from where you're sitting, what would be, if one looks at our Bill of Rights, what should then be the focus of the Commission to be, firstly, effective, and secondly, to foster and build public confidence in its ability to effect change?
So, look, for me, it's more just strengthening our process. I cannot falter our constitution, or the Bill of Rights, which enshrines, our human dignity and equality. Nor can I criticize the act of the Commission, but more on a human intervention level in terms of how we implement the law and ensuring that there's a culture of human rights that gets promoted in a way that we continue the education, that we continue advocating, and that we continue strengthening our processes of ensuring that and that we are cognizant and mindful of where we come from and where we need to be as a society in ensuring that there's equality that is met whilst we are implementing the systems that would assist us in the promotion of human rights.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid this son, I might be a little slow, but precisely which qualifications do you have?
I have a MBA. I have a MPhil.
An MBA from which university?
From the Institute of Business Management in India, and MPhil from Stellenbosch University.
Okay, so the other possible qualifications listed here are in fact not yet conferred upon you.
They are my project management, my mining engineering, my paralegal.
Yes, you say paralegal studies.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's a paralegal qualification from UCT.
Okay, because I mean you don't say that. You say paralegal studies. You don't say you have a document, a degree, a diploma.
It's a certificate.
You say pre-LLM. What does that mean?
It's a course that you conduct in order to qualify into a LLM program. So I have not yet entered into the LLM program.
But you've entered into the pre-LLM program.
Which I have successfully completed,
Okay.
and I have the qualification in that regard.
And you say mining engineering studies. What does that mean?
Also, it's a mining engineering certificate.
I see. Project management studies, again, certificate?
Project management certificate.
You say your doctoral research has been peer reviewed, but it's not yet conferred upon you.
No, not yet.
PhD thesis submitted on water management in Norway. How far is that?
That has also been submitted and
Not yet conferred upon you.
I'm awaiting the official documents.
Okay. I see on social media you refer to as Dr. Son. On what basis?
I wouldn't be able to answer that if I've submitted my submission and I'm awaiting for it to be conferred upon me, then I would wait for that.
Yes, one would imagine so, but I see all over social media you refer to as Dr. Son. So I wonder where that arises from. You don't know?
Like I'm saying,
no, just a yes or no. You don't know.
I would not be able to say no because I have completed the studies.
Please,
but I have
we've
not
got
been
very limited
conferred.
time, so stay with me on this. You're not yet a doctor anything. It has not been conferred upon you. Is that correct?
I would accept that answer.
Fine. So then you're not Dr. Son, you're just Mr. Son. No? You don't agree? That doesn't help me sitting there like that. You've got to answer me.
I've done the work, Advocate.
I think you've answered my question.
I've done the work.
Yeah, I think you've answered my question. You refer to yourself in your CV as in the third person. I find that interesting. Why is that?
I'm not sure if there's a particular structure that one is to follow in terms of.
I'm not suggesting
how a
that there
CV should
is.
be
I'm
written.
asking you why you refer to yourself in the third person. I'm not suggesting there's a good or a bad structure. It's intriguing. I want you to explain to me why you do it.
Is there anything wrong with that?
If you're not going to ask them questions, we're wasting our time. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
No, but I object to the way that you have responded to me on that, Advocate.
So you're not answering my questions. I asked you why you refer to yourself in the third person, and you keep asking me if there's something wrong with it. I'm not suggesting there is.
So then why ask a question if there's nothing wrong with it?
Mr. Son, I think let's proceed. Members have heard, they will make up their mind in the deliberations. I think let's proceed.
Sure.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Son. So you have to understand, we are here and we need to make an informed and responsible decision based on information that you provide us and obviously information that we get ourselves, because this is a rather important position. So, in terms of the information that you provided us, I must say that the questionnaire that you filled in, I find rather scant. And there's a couple of things that I need clarification on. In terms of question 2.1, you here say, with my experience in different sectors, including mining and environmental law, I have gained a deep understanding of how different practices impact human rights. Right, that's the one thing. Then the following paragraph, you say, furthermore, my academic qualifications in MBA, MPhil, and doctoral research, which were all awarded following rigorous processes of peer review, published, blah, 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 have equipped me with the skills and knowledge needed to promote and protect human rights effectively. Right. Then we go back to your CV. And we looked at these things that you studied. Now, risk management at Eskom Generation, that's your MPhil. Your doctoral research published articles on risk management at Eskom Generation in South Africa. Your PhD thesis on water management in Norway. Okay, so all of these things. So what I need clarification is, because I really fail to see how your professional background and qualifications relate in any way or form to human rights. And through your answers provided to members that asked questions before me, I also find it very difficult to understand your deep understanding of human rights in the context of the South African Constitution as it is set out there, and therefore, after having seen all of these things, I am not convinced that neither your background or your experience or your qualifications makes you a candidate that would probably be able to do what is expected of a Human Rights Commission. Then my last question. I see that you applied for a full-time commissioner. Now, given your background and all of your qualifications and your previous work experience, have you now lost interest in business? Don't you want to go there anymore, do it anymore? Or what should be the reason that you can explain to us why you would leave something that you've worked your entire life on and built a CV and a bank of experience on a particular direction and field to leave all of that behind, because if you do a full-time Human Rights Commissioner position, if you take that on, you will not be able to pursue those interests any longer. So can you please explain these things to me?
Okay. Thanks for the question, Chair. And I don't think that as a non-white person in South Africa that I need to be qualified to understand what human rights are. In my opening statement, I was deliberate when I said where I was born and in what environment and circumstances. But
you do not understand my question in terms of.
Being interrupted, Chair. This is it's remarkable.
Proceed.
Yes, so that answers the first part. Secondly, Chair, I had outlaid a understanding of where the issues are in the South African Human Rights Council, and my core understanding was that I believe that improving its efficiencies, optimizing its business processes would ensure that we are able to deliver on its mandate. And I've spelled out how I aim to analyze and have a look at where these issues are so that we can come up with systems, put them in place, identify where we will find the money from, put together the necessary resources so we are able to deliver. And that's my answer, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Engelbrecht.
No, I just need to clarify. I said your understanding in terms of the way it has been structured and set out in the Constitution. So it is not your understanding of human rights in general. It's understanding human rights specifically in terms of a legal sense and what is expected of a human rights commissioner as to what is expected of the CEO of human rights that would be involved in those type of things. Because a human rights commissioner's task is not necessarily geared towards the operational and financial functionality of the institution. The human rights commissioner has got a very different scope of work. And I need to, and I'm not attacking you anyway, because I need to understand what.
Honorable Engelbrecht,
yeah, thank you.
Can you briefly respond to what Honorable Engelbrecht has raised?
Chair, I believe that I have responded.
Thank you. Honorable Nkwabane.
Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Sun. The Commission's mandate. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Advocate.
The Commission's mandate is to monitor the progressive realization of socio-economic rights, housing, health, food, water, and everything. So, by the state, the Commission has been unable to adequately carry out that task. Do you have two solutions for us in resolving that problem? Just two.
Thank you, Advocate. Through you, Chair. I have mentioned previously that we'd have to look at what the issues are as far as not delivering on the mandate within time, and to come up with a metric as far as looking at what the current monitoring and evaluation systems are in place, understanding where those gaps are, and looking at ways to improve that so that we see whether there's policy issues, if there's issues around capacity, strengthening those resources, if there's budget constraints, or if there is a issue as far as manpower is concerned. If there's systems that are not in place as far as incidents that are being reported, actioned, investigated, to fruition in terms of ensuring that we close them out. So we go through that entire process and see where the gaps are and assist with that. So this is what I believe I'm skilled to do, and I believe I could contribute in that regard.
We have 5 minutes, so at least your response be short, Anne. So the budget of the Commission currently for 2023-2024 is 209 million, and servicing plus 60 million South Africans with the vast challenges which are still happening 30 years after democracy, which the current government is failing to achieve. So given these limited resources, strategically, what would you do? Because they've got minimal resources, and you are told the country has no money.
Yeah.
With those limited resources, in your expertise, how would you make sure that you maximize the performance of the institution?
Okay, as a group, I would suggest that we have a look at where the priority areas are as far as the country is concerned. Look at what resources are required from an organizational perspective in order to meet those pressing needs from society. Agree on what we intend to focus on. Plan adequately as far as the resources that are available to us, and to have a robust plan in place of how we manage on set dates, whether monthly or quarterly. Are we sticking to the plan? Are we making the necessary impact? And to put the necessary interventions to get us to where we need to be.
How can you use technology to manage the services of the Human Rights Commission more efficiently, and to empower the people and the communities, especially on the issue of also visibility, because it's not visible at all?
So it's look at what current technology is available. We are in the technology era. The bulk or the majority of South Africans are using mobile phones, and to see how we can promote the use of, as an example, social media. I'll give you an example of buying a vehicle with or selling a vehicle with We Buy Cars, and you do it through WhatsApp. There's no emails involved, and the same way you could replicate a similar system for a incident to be reported, whether it's a complaint, a comment, or a compliment, to be pushed through any of these social media platforms to get into a bigger portal. All of that can be investigated, but there's certainly opportunity for technology to enhance how we approach it.
The issue of the recommendations and remedial action of the Human Rights Commission, the failure to implement by government, especially the executive, which is basically accountable to Parliament.
Yes.
What do you think as Parliament we should be doing to hold them to account, because they fail to implement those remedial actions?
Our processes must be put in place, and if policy guides us in terms of what action should be taken when directives are not implemented, then they need to be held accountable. Whoever has not actioned this. We live in a era where we cannot delay justice, and we have policies that.
And I abuse the chairperson's time if he hasn't stopped me. One thing you can do against those ministers and MECs and premiers who fail to implement the reports.
There will be no response, Honorable.
But you didn't say my time is up.
No, I think you proceeded knowing that your time is up.
Okay.
Honorable Ramulube.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, I see. It's the seat you're sitting in. I'm not sure afternoon or still in the morning. I hope you're good. Have you served in any boards before?
I have.
How many?
I'd safely say 7 boards.
Are you still currently serving in any board?
I am.
Which ones?
I serve on the International Air Service Council. I serve on the Critical Infrastructure Council. I serve on the Health Professionals Council of South Africa. I serve.
These are current boards?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think would be different from the current boards you're serving in now and the Human Rights Commission or being a commissioner if you get to be considered for appointment?
Yeah, I did mention earlier that I am not aware of the time it takes to conduct the work of the commissioner. It is something that I have to have a look at, and if in the event that I am appointed, I would have to make a decision in terms of what the scope is and whether or not I would have to relinquish sitting on whichever boards or decline perhaps this particular one.
Okay. Are you willing to go that route of decline or withdrawing yourself from your current serving boards?
Yes.
If the offer is good?
Good, absolutely. If the impact is good in terms of what I am able to deliver as far as this particular board is concerned, I certainly would do that.
What made you to be interested in applying for this? Seeing that you are serving in countless boards currently.
Yeah. So I've I have family in Soweto, in El Dorado Park, in Westbury, right here in Mitchell's Plain. I've served on CPUT's board. I've also served at Charlotte Mateke. So I understand, the wide range of issues as far as education, access to healthcare is concerned, housing, student accommodation, access to the economy is concerned. And I believe that this is arguably the biggest platform that I've been exposed to, that I'm able to apply on to come and contribute and add value. And that was my inspiration and motivation to apply and see whether or not I'd be successful. And then secondly is to make a meaningful contribution.
Okay, seeing that you are coming from El Dorado Park, also here in Westbury, and these are problematic areas. El Dorado Park in Soweto is dealing with issues of substance, a lot of gangsterism and so forth. What has been your role in trying to mitigate and play advocacy towards especially the youth, not to form part of the substance abusers, as form as drugs, and also play away from crimes that are known in those areas?
Yeah. So I've been involved in sporting organizations to try and deter the youth from falling into social ills. There isn't much you can do as far as participating in perhaps marches is concerned and other awareness campaigns that are concerned, but looking at alternatives of swaying youth to having a social where there's a social gathering that could take the attention away from what is being exposed to them in in our communities. So being involved in the athletics club like Pegasus, which I also participate in terms of ensuring that there's a township marathon, that there's the soccer tournaments that happens there, and then individually providing mentorship, guidance, and coaching to youth that I come into contact with, and getting them into programs that could bring them to a situation where they are self-sustaining and productive and progressive members of our society.
Thank you, Mr. Son. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramulubia. Mr. Son, we are still waiting for the results of the screening report from SSA. If there is anything that arises out of that, we will contact you. If there's a need to give any explanation, we will contact you. But before we deliberate, we must have received those results. But we assure you that in due course you would know the outcome of these interviews. But we'd like to thank you for taking time and effort to apply and to avail yourself for the interviews. I would like to know whether do you think that the interviews were fair?
I think largely they have been fair, apart from two panel members who I believe have attacked me, victimized me. I'm surprised, Advocate Breitenbach.
No, please, in addressing me.
Through you, Chair. Yeah. I'm very surprised. But again, just on a closing note, thank you very much for the opportunity. It has been a good experience, apart from what I've submitted. And as a parting remark, I've done the work. Those who have assessed my work have not indicated that I have failed. So if there are public who believes that I should be called doctor based on my submission of my PhD thesis, as well as the peer-reviewed doctoral articles, then they are welcome to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You are excused. What time is it now? Yeah. Can we allow Professor Majola to come in before we break for lunch?
Yes, sure.
Yo. Yes.
You want to break now?
Yes, I know, it's not acceptable.
So what are we going to do now?
We've called yourself Dr. Son since 2021. Long before you even thought about doing a doctorate.
You're sticking us at the Dodge.
Oh, the Taj.
Yeah. We've now tolerated you for 5 years and if you go over for a
I can send you home.
You're taking us all for lunch as shows because we didn't bring motions of no
Let's
conflict.
ask Son to take us.
I don't go to lunch with people like that. You see there on the...
Honorable Breitenbach?
You see how they can...
Afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members.
Thank you. Prof, in 5 minutes, tell us about yourself, what motivated you to apply for this position, whether you're applying to be a full-time commissioner or a part-time commissioner.
3 things. My name is Bongani Majola. I'm currently the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. I come with experience that straddles academic life, that straddles practice in the sense that I worked in the public service though, not in the private sector. I also worked internationally at the International Tribunal for Rwanda, and most of the latter work dealt with human rights issues. When I was the National Director of the Legal Resources Center, we were dealing with human rights issues. One of those issues was the issue of access to healthcare, the Navirapine case. When I was at the tribunal, the International Tribunal, I dealt with issues of human rights in the context of humanitarian law, of genocide, crimes against humanity and all that. And I've been at the South African Human Rights Commission for 7 years, where I have been the chairperson of the commission, but I also dealt with a focus, myself focusing on Section 27 rights to health, to access to health. And what motivates me to apply to come back is the fact that we have been doing work. It's not been easy, but we have not been able to finish all the work that we're supposed to do. And I'm passionate about, completing some of the things that we had started. For example, in the health sector, when we got into the health sector, the rights to mental health care was completely ignored. And we did an investigation and we came with recommendations. We have been trying to implement, since 2020, we've been trying to implement those, to see to the implementation of those recommendations to healthcare. And we've made quite a bit of progress in that regard, in the sense that healthcare has really become quite visible. I go around to all the provinces and monitor what is happening in hospitals and so on. A lot of some of the things that used to happen have changed. For example, there used to be no budget for mental health. There used to be neglect for adolescent mental health care. We started a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half ago, to break into men's mental health, and its relationship to gender-based violence. And so that, for example, is one of the streams that we've just started. It's still to gain ground and so on. But Chair, as I said, something about my experience, I bring to the Commission a lot of human rights experience, including international experience. I have established relationships within the human rights sector in South Africa. I recall when I was interviewed that I was asked what we would do if things don't move, and I immediately said, well, we would litigate. And I have found out that actually the best way to deal with human rights, and if you want to see movement, is through creating partnerships and linkages with government and so on. And so the messages that we have now been giving out there is that, you know, we are serving the same client, and that we could achieve more if we come together, government, civil society, national human rights institution, and we try to work together to achieve the realization of the rights of our people. We started last year also to have relationships now with premiers, with provincial executives in the form of meeting each premier and her or his executives and explaining to them what we're trying to do and how we could work together and so on. And so there's quite a lot of work that is incomplete, including the fact that you know, we are the only lot of commissioners that through the 7-year period we had man-made and natural situations that we had to deal with, which we had not planned for. And some of them actually arrived at time after you.
Thank you, Prof. Your time is up.
Thank you.
But you did not indicate, are you applying to be a full-time or part-time commissioner?
Chairperson, I am applying to be a full-time full-time commissioner. Yes, but I will consider, of course, an appointment as a part-time commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Members, Honorable Swartz, Honorable Nieuwoudt Tuchen, Honorable Maseko Jele, Honorable Horn, Honorable Brittenbach, Honorable Engelbrecht, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Chairperson, it's good to see you again. Now, obviously, the issues which we're going to raise with you relate to the tenure that you've served for the last 7 years and the concerns that the committee expressed when the Commission appeared before us, and in particular regarding the annual report and performance targets that were up to a certain stage of the end of the financial year. I also noticed from your questionnaire that you've indicated, if I were appointed, I would seek to do this, I would seek to do this. The concern is, in the 7 years, let's give you a practical example now, local government. I would seek to develop and implement a multi-pronged plan to address the challenges, local government. I would engage with the Department of Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs, etc. Now, the question that I put you is, why hasn't that been done in the 7 years? First question. Secondly, what has been the impact of the budgetary constraints on meeting your targets? Just for the time being, if you could give us that response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart, for those 2 questions. It's good to see you too. Yes, I have in my application said that, but the truth of the matter is that we have been engaging with local government. We've been doing something to deal with the challenges that we face in local government. What I mentioned, for example, about us meeting the premiers and their executives was in relation to the difficulties that are encountered in local government, because we felt that there is a need for provincial governments to give support to local government so that the local government can perform in the manner expected by the population of this country. We crowned that by actually even organizing a local government conference last year, which we invited His Excellency the President to come and deal with it. But beside that, we're also engaging with mayors where it is possible to talk with them about how, you know, we should move forward. When I said that there is work that hasn't been completed, that's one of the main pieces of work that we need to put more work on it, because delivery of many of the rights, Section 27, 26, and so on, happens to happen at the local level. And then secondly, the impact that the budgetary constraints have had on the work of the Commission is huge, in the sense that if you look at all the Chapter 9 institutions, the South African Human Rights Commission has got the widest of the mandates. And we only have a budget of about 200 million, with a staff of 189, 198 as we speak. And we're not able to service all the provinces adequately. The distances are vast, and we can only afford 5 or 4 people in a provincial office. We are lacking in a comprehensive monitoring system that can monitor and feed back to operations, so that what we do is effectively responding to what is happening on the ground.
Thank you, Prof. Yes. Unfortunately, our time is quite limited. So quickly, just as far as one of the major impediments seems to be the vacancy rates. And yes, now there is a CEO appointed, but what has been done to address, since the end of the annual reporting, to address the vacancy rates at management level and at staff level?
A lot has been done. When the new CEO was appointed, one of the priority areas, in fact, number 1, was to fill vacancies. And we filled a lot of vacancies, We filled the position of CFO. Unfortunately, because of financial constraints, the employer of the person made a counter offer which we couldn't meet, and so that we couldn't. But we've created a new position, an IT position, and we've filled that position. We've filled the governance position, which is important in our strategic planning, monitoring, and reporting. We've filled many other positions. There are only just a few that we couldn't fill. We couldn't fill the position of the head of legal services because of the competition out there. You know, lawyers are getting much better than we can
Thank you. I'm sorry, my time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Nivot Truchen.
Hi, good afternoon, Prof. I'm Wimania Druchen via my sign language interpreter, Trudy. I'm very happy that you mentioned mental health, and I do not think that we talk about mental health and mental health issues quite enough. Now, because of COVID, there was a rise in serious mental health issues that came up everywhere, I think globally. But if you are appointed as a commissioner again for the Human Rights Commission, what would you make sure? Well, first I would like to say, we have rights to health, yes, but somewhere in between we kind of put mental health at the bottom. So if you're once again appointed as a commissioner, what would you do better or more to make sure that there's also rights to access to mental health services, and what would you highlight in terms of that?
Thank you, Honorable Drucken. Yes, mental health is a priority as far as I'm concerned. What we would do more is to try to find a way to get government to implement the recommendations that came from our March 2019 report, because that would take us a little bit further. Number 2, we would then also deal with the whole issue that even though there is better budgeting for mental health care, there is no training for nurses, for doctors, and you find situations like in some of the hospitals where they keep a number of people that have got mental health issues, but the professionals that deal with them are people that have no training whatsoever in that regard. So we have been engaging with MECs about this, and so we would emphasize this even more. We were beginning to draw the Minister of Health into the discussion. Number 3, the adolescents are still out there in the code. Adolescent mental health users, when they go to, when they are taken to these hospitals, still in some of the hospitals you find that they are cared for together with adults, they get abused, and so on. So those are some of the things that we have tried to do. That I would do. Unfortunately, some of these things take a lot of time, Honorable, and yes.
Thank you, thank you, Prof. Issues of disability as the most marginalized and vulnerable community in society. I'd like to know, if you are appointed again as a commissioner, how would you put the issues of the disabled community up to the front in the commission?
The first thing that is outstanding really is that we are required to be a monitoring mechanism in terms of the convention. And although we then started to work towards that, Commissioner Malaji left. So my sense is that we need to start there and make sure that there is effective monitoring on that ground. Secondly, I think that we need to beef up our capacity to try and actually deal much more effectively with issues of people with disabilities, because I think that we have tried, but I think that there is a little bit more to be done. A lot of work was done actually to create a network of people with disabilities, but I think we need to expand that and capacitate that so that we can effectively do that. 3, we need to have a closer working relationship with NGOs, because there are lots of NGOs that do wonderful work in those regards. Also with regard to mental health, we identified 1 or 2 in Cape Town that we started to work with.
Right, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maseko Chele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Chairperson Babu Mato, Advocate Majol. I have a few questions for you. I see, yes, you just confirmed on your CV that you are almost 7 years with the Commission. And earlier, we just also heard, and also realized that there are a lot of things that still needs to be done by the Commission or by the commissioners to the Human Rights Commission. But what I want to know from you, you just mentioned, you answered my colleague about the issue of the mental health. This is the only case that you mentioned that you've dealt with in your experience of 7 years, or do you have other issues that you've dealt with of this example?
Honorable Maseko Jele, I'm not sure whether you're talking about other examples in mental health or just other examples.
Other examples, not specifically on mental health.
One other example that I can mention that comes to mind immediately is that, it's taking time for human rights to get into the veins and the habits of South Africans. In spite of a lot of educational and other ways, publicity awareness. So what we did is that, I think it was 2018, we went to the Center for Human Rights and we negotiated to take over a component of their moot court programs. And that moot court programs is targeted at the youth at high school and below. And every year there is a competition, which is an elaborate thing that starts at a district level and grows up to region and so on to province, eventually before the judges of the Constitutional Court. And in that way, we believe that if we catch them young and we expose them to the Bill of Rights, we expose them to the concept of constitutionalism, we are growing a society that is going to be the leaders of tomorrow who only know and understand human rights. And therefore that in the ultimate end, we are going to have people that are more attuned to human rights and they are more protective of human rights. That's the one thing. The other thing is...
I think I'm happy for now.
Oh,
Just
okay.
because I only have 5 minutes. Chair will stop me if I don't, yes, I don't manage that. Thank you very much. And also, in line with the criticisms outside there, which you are also aware of, that your commission is really not doing the job in terms of biting and all that. And then also your performance that you know very well about, the last one that you appeared in front of this commission. I just want to know, all those criticisms, are they misplaced? Or maybe is it you have other views in terms of responding to this?
May I, Honorable Masagojele, answer it this way, that in order for us to decide whether the Commission is using its biting powers, we need to really be very clear about what are the biting powers that the Commission has. You see? And clearly it doesn't have biting powers, because even to subpoena a person, we can't simply wake up one morning and issue a subpoena. We don't have the power. We have to apply to the Director of Public Prosecutions in the area in which the person we want to subpoena is. And if that director, as it has happened, says no, then that's the end of the story. We can't subpoena that person. Number two, we make investigations and we come with recommendations and so on, and we tell people that these recommendations are directives, they are binding, and people ignore them. And we do not have any powers to enforce those what have you. So what biting powers? And we've seen in the media when something happens and it's beamed on television, people say, where is the Commission, as if we are the SAPS. Our act requires us to act in an impartial way. And so we've got to be very careful when we act, you know, and not say, hey, why you do that, you are wrong, because that way we are going to lose the case.
Okay.
You know.
I have the last question because Chair is going to stop me just short. There's a problem within the Commission of Relationships and complaints by the staff. What is your view, and have you dealt with those issues, and how, and what is the relationship now?
The relationship between employer and employee usually has to have a bit of tension. Because if we are all friends, buddy and buddy, the work is not going to get done. So there has to be somebody who says, no, you're not going this way, and so on. And that has been happening at the Commission. But I do not think that it is dog and cat, you know. The issue that has got exacerbated was the issue of our failure to pay bonuses, and we don't have money. It was the recognition issue with the union. And, you know, there are rules in this country in terms of which a union which is a majority union can be registered. If it is not a majority union, it would be wrong for the Commission to then recognize them as a majority union. And then they get angry. They skip the CEO, they skip the chairperson, they skip the commissioners. They write to the portfolio committee. They did that in the past, and the portfolio committee listened to them, and so they have been emboldened to say we cannot do our work, because if we are called to order, we will write to the portfolio committee. And I think that, you know, it is a culture that's going to kill the Commission unless it is attended to.
Thank you. Honorable Hon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor. You know, in life, somebody has to bear final responsibility. So would it be unfair to say that as this portfolio committee and having this task of making recommendations, ultimate responsibility will have to be yours for the regression in the performance of the Human Rights Commission during your term as the chair?
Well, Honorable Horn, thank you so much. It's a very important question. I wouldn't say that it would be wrong to say so. I mean, the only person you appoint is myself and my colleagues, other commissioners, and we appoint then the people who do the actual implementation at the coal face, and it's our responsibility to actually make sure that they work. And we thought that we had done that. Unfortunately, when COVID came, I know the chair said we can't talk about COVID, but it has had an influence. When COVID came, we had to change the way in which we were doing our job. We had to work from home. What was unbeknown to the commissioners was that we didn't have the capacity to supervise remotely. And we spent 1 year, 8 months with people working from home, and things were not doing well. I do take the blame as the chairperson for that. I said this on the 18th when I appeared before the honorable members and the chairperson, that I do take the responsibility, but I don't think it was absolute negligence on our part. And we have now learned from that problem. We have decided that we're going to turn the things around, which is why I actually also was motivated to accept nomination, because I think that it would not be right for me to walk away when the commission is at this level. I have to roll up my sleeves and make sure that the performance is turned around. And I think that there is now a glimmer of hope, because when we appeared before you in May 2022, we talked about the audit, and the admonition was that do something, turn this thing around. The audit of this year, that was done this year, it's a bad audit, but it has got improvement because there are no financial misstatements. And with regard to the promotion, we had received a disclaimer. This time we received just an adverse audit, and I think that we are going to receive a better audit in the next year. Okay. And we deal with the rest. Yes, thank you.
So as a full-time commissioner, let's talk pre-COVID and post-COVID. You and other fellow full-time commissioners of the current cohort, how many of the 22 working days of a typical month do you spend at the head office?
Chair, before COVID, I spent every day at the office. Virtually every day. Maybe 1 or 2 was not there. But a decision was taken before COVID, just before COVID, that we were going to move from the place where we were because it was too expensive, and we were going to go to a new place. And the Secretariat then procured that new place for us. Unbeknown to us, there are no offices for commissioners at that place. But then COVID came in and made the situation worse, in the sense that we could not then go and meet together anywhere. There was a declaration that you don't move anywhere. So we started communicating by technical means. The other difficulties that we have had is that Commissioner Makwetla, Commissioner Sibanyoni are based in Gauteng, but the other commissioners are based far away. It becomes difficult for them to go to the office for us to meet, but we meet every day. What we did was that in order to compensate for the fact that we can no longer now go to the office on a daily basis. We meet much more often every Monday from 10 to 12, sometimes to 1. We meet, we talk about the work, we talk about the challenges that we have, we look at litigation, we look at all kinds of things that are there. But it is true, and we have said to the Secretariat that we do not want to spend the 5 years in that building. We have been looking, in fact, we should have signed the lease now if the lesser hadn't moved out to get proper facilities so that one would be there.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. It was covered by the Honourable Swart.
So, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but Mr. Horn asked my question, but I have, in the meantime, got another one.
Sorry, is there a point of order?
No, I couldn't hear Honorable Engelbrecht. Or what he said?
No, there's no point of order.
Proceed, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Professor. Good evening. And in terms of findings and recommendations by the Human Rights Commission in the past up to now, there exists a rather negative perception, public perception. And I know some people say that they don't really care about public perception, but public perception is very, very important because in a democratic society, it is directly linked to public confidence, and public confidence is directly linked to your legitimacy as an organization. So, and I know the court decision will be appealed, but in any case, if a decision by the Human Rights Commission are taken to court and your findings are judged by the judge not to be valid or not to be binding, that obviously has a very negative effect on the organization or on the Human Rights Commission. So how are you going to change that and to make sure that you have findings for different instances? And I can name a few. For instance, Mugali City, there was a finding about vagrants that made everyone in that town very, very angry at the Human Rights Commission because they believe it is not balanced. But the Human Rights Commission needs to prevent instances like that because it's going to come in terms of legitimacy questions about the Commission. And given the performance over the last couple of years, a real uphill battle for you. What are you going to do differently than you did in the last 7 years, given your experience that you have in the Commission now, should you be given a second chance now?
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht. Yes, I agree with you that perceptions do matter a lot, and that we have to do the best we can to make sure that the perceptions that we make people conceive, they are the right ones. Otherwise, they're not going to believe in this human rights story. We will do that. But what are we going to do now with regard to the decisions? I cannot speculate about the question about if the court does this. You know, it depends from case to case. But what we have learned is that in the beginning, we had decided that we were going to let each commissioner decide on the outcomes of the report and so on, and just go for ratification to the commission. We have now appointed a legal committee that is going to scrutinize some of these things, but we will have to change the way in which we approve the investigation reports, so that there is an element of quality control in it. We have done so with some of the investigative reports in the sense that although we don't have money to hire counsel, we have gone to the Cape Bar, Johannesburg Bar, and got senior counsel to look at the report and advise, on how do you see the report. But I think that it should start within the commission, and then it can go out to council to also to look at it. We need to be much more hands-on with regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janche.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor Majola. I see they call you Chair, but when you are here, you're not the Chair. You're an applicant here. I have precious 5 minutes with you.
Yes.
I want to, I'm just being disturbed, Chair. I want to,
Please,
thank you.
not disturb.
I want to give this 5 minutes to you to utilize uninterrupted. I would like you to just indicate to this panel, if you were to be successful and be reappointed, even as a permanent commissioner, how would you go around fixing what were found to be not working? 3 things that you would do, given a new lease of life in the commission. I will only stop you when the 5 minutes is done.
Thank you, Honorable Janchi. The one thing that we would fix is the issue of capacitating the commission, because we've been working without the required capacity, and you can't do anything with, there's a limit to which you can do things when you don't have capacity. So I'll deal with that capacitation. The second issue is the whole issue of discipline in the commission. Not discipline in the sense that if somebody has stolen something, but discipline in the sense that, you have a target and you've got a date within which you want to do that target, and that target must be done. Fortunately, now the current CEO has introduced an accountability program in terms of which you fail to do something, you get a letter to say explain, and he doesn't hesitate to institute disciplinary action. And there are people who are now on suspension and so on. So we would need to encourage that. And I have been very careful to try and protect that aspect of the CEO, because some of the staff members will run to the commissioners and say, this, I've been saying to them, listen, when one of the things we gave to the CEO when he started, fill vacancies, deal with discipline, deal with performance, And so the third thing is I would like to be much more involved in monitoring performance. There is now a program for monitoring performance. I'd like to continue being part of that on a monthly basis and a weekly basis. Those would be the 3 things.
Yeah, thank you. You've done that before my 5 minutes, so you allow me to come back. I thought you wouldn't do that, but let's do this. So you've heard that you made a point before that people run to the portfolio committee. Last week we took a decision that what has come in front of us, we're sending it back to the CEO and to you as commissioners. Are you aware of that? And what is it that you're doing about that? So this portfolio committee, because I don't know what portfolio committee you're referring to that entertained whatever that
2016
needed to be entertained.
it's the 2016 one.
Now that's not us.
Yes,
so
yes,
let's not go there.
yes, but it's called the portfolio
That's
committee.
fine. That's fine.
It was
Yes.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Okay.
I actually am at fault because I had come here to say that I'm most grateful to the decision taken by the portfolio committee to say we are not here to deal with staff matters. Staff matters have got a CEO, they've got the commissioners, they must deal with it. If it fails, then it can come to us and we will see what we do. I think that is a very constructive decision of the protocol, for which I really wish to thank you. And I wish to thank you in particular because you made it very, very clear. And we have circulated the record of that meeting.
The last point before you thank me again. The last point. What are you going to do if successfully reappointed about your own cry about the commission not having a proper enforcement measures? Is there any thought and homework you've thought about it? Because in terms of the constitution, there's a lot that can be done by this commission to have teeth. You don't need anybody else to tell you how you need to do that.
There's a lot, Honorable Janti, that we are doing. There's a lot of work that we are doing as a commission, as I said on the 18th. Unfortunately, some of that work sometimes doesn't fall within the targets, but there is a lot of work that we do. But about what we would do is we have been at the door of the Deputy Minister of Justice to say we need to amend the South African Human Rights Commission Act. That act needs to be amended so that we can do our work in the manner in which we're expected to do it. You know, it is completely vague. The judge easily could say that we cannot make decisions. But when you read up to section 21.3, you realize that actually the spirit of this legislation anticipates that there will be findings, it mentions findings made, recommendations.
Thank you. I've got my takeaway. Thank you. You have pointed at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other member who has not asked his or her question? Honorable Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Advocate Majola, I've got 5 minutes. I've got the following questions. I'm glad you are writing them. If you can respond to the following. 7 years in the institution, which targets you failed to achieve yourself? Because as a commissioner, you have targets to meet. There's then the complaint process in terms of the CHP, with a walk-in, online, email, WhatsApp, through which you take complaints. Has this been implemented or ignored since it has been gazetted? And then, as the custodian of Pepuda, why did you choose not to institute a case against the former CEO, Kissin, for hate speech or racial discrimination? Another question is the issue of systemic racism and the delay to issue the July unrest report. There are allegations that the Commission is delaying to issue it because of political pressure. And finally, the union, irrespective of whether it's recognized or not, don't you think that employees are a strategic asset, and indeed they are free to raise their concerns? And those who are suspended, some of them because of working from home, and what is the Commission's view on that particular issue? I think those are my questions, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane. The first question about which targets we failed to meet, it would be difficult for me to say off the cuff, because you know, each year has its own targets, and in some years certain targets are met, in others they are not met. For example, in this past year, there was something that needed to be done in the administrative program of the Commission with regard to human resources, and that target was not met because of the delay in acquiring the services of a consultant. It required outside consultants. There was also something about the organizational culture change thing, which also required something. So there are some that, you know, each year has its own. Number two, complaints. Yes, we are implementing complaints. In the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan, we planned to do 25,000 complaints. As I speak with you now, we did 29,500 complaints, which means therefore that if we, by the time we finish the 5th year, it will probably in the 30 something, so we'll have done more than what we have planned. With regard to Pepuda, I didn't hear the question very well as to why we didn't take action against who. Who?
The ATCO, the one.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Yes, we did take action against the acting CEO. We took a resolution, I think, on 3 days after the it was reported to us on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Monday, Tuesday, I think, or Wednesday, we took the decision that we were going to charge her with discipline. But then commissioners felt that we needed to get a senior counsel to try and investigate some aspects of it. And senior counsel investigated. We had already taken the decision to charge. We hadn't informed her. And then when we got the report from the senior counsel, we then formally told her that we were charging her with misconduct, and she promptly resigned. So we did what I call, and it's on record. You know, it's written. It's there.
Does that stop you then to, even if she has resigned, because it's a violation of Pepuda? Don't you think you need to proceed with that? But answer the others, because the chairperson will stop me.
We decided not to pursue it. And then there is no evidence of systematic racism in the commission. There has been allegations of racism in the commission. And in the meeting that was held by the portfolio committee, it was said that we should look into these matters and we should report on them. And I would like to give my colleagues, the commissioners, the opportunity to look at this and not come up with an explanation at this sort of view. So that is coming to the portfolio committee. The delay in the unrest report is an unfortunate delay. Lots of evidence was collected, you know, after the unrest. And because of capacity situations, and also because of the fact that we lose staff and we are not able to retain the staff, some of the staff that were in the report writing left the commission. And it became difficult for the team, for the panel that was hearing the evidence, to proceed expeditiously. But we are at a point where now we have issued the provisional report and we have given respondents the opportunity to comment on it.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Chairperson, who was still answering?
It was after being given an extra minute and not finished. Are there any further questions?
I thought I'm changing the strategy so that I'm not.
Number 5 is very strong. Thank you very much, Prof. We are still waiting for the report, the security clearance report from SSA. If there are any issues arising out of the report and they necessitate that we contact you, we will do the same. We will do that. But before we deliberate, we will have to wait for that report. And we have been assured that it is going to come very soon. And we are going to communicate the outcomes of these interviews. But thank you very much for taking the time to apply and to be interviewed. We don't take it lightly. We really thank you for availing yourself. Do you think that this interview was fair?
Yes, Chairperson, I think that the interview was fair. I have no concerns about it. I think this is what needs to be done. In fact, I think that we need to be held to account much more regularly as the Commission.
Thank you very much, Prof. You are excused.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Prof. The way you are looking at me, the way Honorable Engelbrecht is looking at me, members, can we adjourn for lunch? We will have 1 hour until 25 to 3. Huh? It's 25 to 2 now.
First, the web doesn't listen. Now she can't break the time.
The next candidate is after 2.
Half past 2. So let's come back at half past. So let's come back at half past 2.
Thank you. At half past 2.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a buffet here at the restaurant. There's a sit down lunch, just here, all the same restaurant. Yes, just here. I can escort you quickly.
What? I was bored. Huh? What have I done, Paul? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
She says I act as a prefect. Then I said, no, I'm not a prefect, I'm a head boy.
No, before that, you're saying that I am to clear. Can we call the candidate? Just leave it one. Good afternoon, Commissioner Sibanyoni.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Justice.
Thank you. I must declare that I know Mr. Sibanyoni. We worked together in the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Constitutional Development before it was Justice and Correctional Services for quite a number of years, so I know him.
We must blame the two of you.
Yes, I'm not sure about what. Mr. Sibanyoni, after the chair has asked you questions, each member has got 5 minutes to interact with you. So both questions and answers must be within that 5 minutes.
I understand.
Thank you. So in 5 minutes, can you tell us about yourself? What motivated you to apply for this position? What are your values? And whether you're applying for full-time or part-time position.
Thank you, Chairperson, for your question. What motivated me is because through my life, I was a lawyer and a human rights activist, I would say. That is my record. Because from the time when I was admitted as an attorney, I was handling matters of land evictions, more especially in the Mpumalanga province. And then also thereafter, I had an opportunity to work with an NGO which was having some public interest work to do. That is NIPILA, the National Institute of Public Interest Law and Research. And then I also was appointed as the commissioner of the Small Claims Court. I had an experience of working with the issues that is affecting the people, and also with the TRC. And then, spot on your question, I did not apply. I've been nominated, and then I was nominated by one of the provincial managers of the South African Human Rights Commission, Buang Jones, who's also a human rights lawyer and activist, who spoke to me to say, I available still to be possibly appointed for another additional 7-year term. And then I was also nominated by Ndebele Kingdom, because in Mpumalanga, that's the area where most of the Ndebele people are staying there. And then lastly, Chairperson, at the moment, I think I'll be in the hands of the Portfolio Committee, because if needs be, I will say I'm available to be appointed as full-time, but the legislation as it stands now, as it's still being discussed for possible amendment, the proposals that were made by us at the South African Human Rights Commission were saying that perhaps when this Human Rights Commission was conceived, the drafters of the legislation did not realize the amount of work that is also done by a part-time commissioner. Because of our focus areas, when you look at them, they are as good as full-time commissioners. We are two part-time commissioners, Commissioner Chris Nissen and myself. But then when you look at the amount of work that we do, our annual performance plans are as good as those of a part-time, or of the full-time commissioner. I'm sorry. My focus area is land, farming communities or the right to food, as well as environment, which touches on water, as well as on mining. And apart from that, I'm a chairperson of the legal committee of the commissioners, and which also requires that I've got to spend much of my time in the Human Rights Commission. So when I completed the form, I opted for full-time, but then if by the time the portfolio committee makes a decision and the legislation will not have been finalized, I will also accept the part-time. As I said, it is in your hands as the portfolio committee on justice.
Thank you, Mrs. Banyone. Members, any questions? Honorable Nivot Tuchen. Honorable Maseko Chele. Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable Horn, in that order. Honorable Breitenbach, in that order.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Sibanyone. I would also like to declare that I do know Mr. Sibanyone when he was a former member of parliament. I would like you to explain to us if you feel that there is enough public awareness about the Human Rights Commission, knowing that you spoke on the radio a couple of times explaining to the public, but I'd like to know around South Africa, is there enough public awareness about the Human Rights Commission itself?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, I will say there is not sufficient public awareness of the Human Rights Commission because in the interviews that I sometimes have with the radio stations, either community radio stations or the national radio stations or TVs, you find that some of the people are lacking knowledge of the South African Human Rights Commission. But I must say that as the South African Human Rights Commission, we have some activities where we call communities together, either in a community hall or in a church and the like. But there are deep rural areas where we rely on the radio, community radio or the national radio stations, in terms of which whenever we are invited, I must emphasize, Chairperson, that whenever I receive an invitation for an interview, I respect it because it gives us a platform to reach the far-flung areas of the country, and where we will not to be able to reach them. And then
okay,
also...
thank you. If you maybe, if you are reappointed as a commissioner, those areas you mentioned, that your focus areas, would you like to continue with them, especially with regards to the issue of land, because the land issue is still a very hot issue in South Africa? Would you like to continue with the current focus areas?
Absolutely, I would like to continue because some of the targets, I will say they are moving targets. they are moving targets because at the moment the work has not been completed. And as recently as the end of August, on the 30th as well as on the 31st of August, my focus area held a conference marking 110 years of the 1913 Land Act. And then we were looking at what is the cause of the delay of restitution of land, the delay in distribution of land, and the like. And then insofar as food
Sorry, thank you. I'm going to cut you short because I want to ask you one more question. The disabled community is still a marginalized and vulnerable community, one of the most. So what would you, if you're reappointed, how can issues of the disabled community be brought to the front?
We prioritize people with disability. We prioritize elderly people, and that's why in the South African Human Rights Commission we've got a focus area called elderly and disabled people, and then we regard aging as person being disabled because that person is unable to do some things that he or she was unable to do during the day when he was young. And then I must add that on the National Day of Elderly People on the 1st of October, I was at the Limpopo province, and there was a seminar observing that day of the elderly people, and then I made a presentation, and I must tell the portfolio committee, people were impressed when I was talking about the nitty-gritties that are faced by people with disability or elderly people.
Great, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sibanyane. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nevot Stohan. Honorable Maseko Jene.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Sibanyane.
Good afternoon, Mamane.
Looking at your experience, almost 7 years, and also the things that you have done, according to your CV, working with the developed kingdom, what are the main issues that you would say are the highlight of your work within that community at Mandebele?
First of all, whenever there are gatherings or meetings or celebrations that are convened by the kings or the chiefs or Amakosi, I get invited. For example, there is a national event that is convened by King Makosoke II every March, observing Silamba Day. And then sometimes they also request me to tell them what is the role of traditional leaders in the current democratic South Africa. And then I had a platform to talk about it. And then, okay, thank you.
No, still have a lot of time.
Yeah, if I may continue, sometimes the kings and the Makosi, whenever they've got problems that are either legal or relating to human rights, they refer people to me to say I should advise them. I do receive calls, and then a person will say, I've been referred to you by King Makosoke II, or I've been referred to you by Inkosi Thomas Mahlangu, and so on.
In answering the second question, you can give me example of those, some of the things that you have done tangible and say, I've done with this case and then I've resolved it this way. My second question is about the criticisms that the Commission is facing outside. People, the communities outside, they feel like you are not doing anything as a Commission. in terms of assisting them with the issues, particularly on the issues of racism. You know about these, the videos that has been going down, up and down recently, where some people will say blacks are less human, blacks must be killed, and all those things. So I want to know, in your experience of these 7 years, what have you done as a commission and yourself also as a commissioner? Thank you.
Right. As the Human Rights Commission, we have handled matters relating to discrimination. For example, the issue of that lady who was smash and grab in Gauteng, when an African police person rushed to assist her, and then the lady said, no, I don't want an African person. I would rather accept an Indian or colored.
Say it a black person. I want you to say it how the lady said it.
Yes, a black person. And then the South African Human Rights Commission took the matter to the Equality Court in Randburg. And the court found in our favor to say that was pure discrimination. It was strict discrimination. And then talking about other things that I have done, I've participated in an inquiry that was chaired by Commissioner Kankanta Malachi, which was focusing on discrimination in instances of advertising. You remember that arose from the discrimination on the basis of the Afro hair. Yes.
Okay. I think the last one, I just want to find out, just give me your experience. I know that you have been nominated. Maybe you really want to come back, or maybe you felt like you did not want to come back, but now because you are nominated, so you now have an interest of coming back. What was your experience in terms of the situation that is happening in the Human Rights Commission, especially on the issues of performance? What is your view on that? Thank you.
You know, when I was appointed and I started working for the Human Rights Commission in January 2017, I will say I had a theory, but then in this 6 and 3/4 of the year, I've gained a lot of practical experience through attending strategic plannings of the Human Rights Commission. We held a strategic planning at Magaliesburg, where we were saying, as the present cohorts, we would like to work differently than the previous commissioners. We said we wanted to be visible, we wanted to be vocal, and then we want to not work as in silos.
Your 5 minutes is up. Honorable Hon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In terms of your assessment of the Human Rights Commission in light of its role, its functions, its duties, what would you describe as the biggest successes over the last years achieved by the Commission?
The successes that have been achieved by the Commission, and I will say, as the commissioners, we are working as a collective. And then also, as the commissioners as well as the secretariat, we are, I will say, moving forward and trying to ensure that the rights of the people are not infringed or are not violated. Okay. And then...
And in respect of what did you fail?
Right. I will say, in respect, I will not say, if you, with your permission, not failed, but delayed in issuing our reports as the South African Human Rights Commission, because we do receive complaints, and then we investigate, and then it takes some time until we issue those reports. And then why? Because it takes a lot of work. When we hold an inquiry and we compile a report, we have to share it with the, you can call them respondents or affected persons for their comment and the like, before we issue the report. And also, before we issue the report, we have to thereafter make a follow-up. I can mention let me mention one incident. Insofar as the lack of basic services of water in the Limpopo province. We visited the Limpopo province some time back, and then we found that the Nandoni Dam is such huge, but the immediate communities around there do not have access to water. We visited the Hope Dam, which is in Sikukune. And then on that day we visited, the communities were up in arms. In fact, they even tried to prevent us from going into that dam. And then also in Kiane. But then, before we published the report, we had to send our secretariat to go and see whether is there any movement, is there any change that has taken place.
Well, firstly, I would want to know why, before you issue your report, you must go and see whether there's been any change. But secondly, if this committee decides to send you back there, how will you prevent the reputation of the Commission being damaged by those delays, as you call them, in a new term?
In the new term, I always use an analogy of a dog, because we are called watchdogs. And then I say, as watchdogs, we imitate what the dog does. The dog, whenever a stranger approaches the home, it barks. It wants the stranger not to encroach on the house. But if the stranger ignores the barking, the dog ends by biting. So the lessons that we have learned is that we have maybe to say the time of barking, the time of warning is gone, is past. We've got to be using our biting powers. By that, what I mean is that we will have to be hard on whenever we issue reports, and then we have to monitor. And if they are not implemented, definitely we have to be coming very hard on those people against whom the reports have been.
I think my time is up. Maybe I'll leave you with one comment, and that is that we also know that it's true that some dogs have a harsher bark than a bite. And maybe we will have to consider whether that's not the issue with the current cohort of commissioners. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Betenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I see that you have spent a lot of time working with the youth.
That's correct. He is my research advisor or assistant.
Okay. How do you propose, should you be re-elected as a commissioner, how do you propose to use the Human Rights Commission to address issues that currently suffered by the youth?
Well, if I can speak about my
we only have 5 minutes and I have more questions. Yeah?
Yes. If I can speak about my focus area, it's quite wide. It's land, farming communities, which is right to food, and the environment, which is very, very wide. And then I've got only one research assistant. And then if there are resources, in other words, more budget, I will propose and motivate to say, I need to have more than one research assistant so that one will be focusing on land, perhaps also with the right to food, but to have another one who will be focusing on environment, which deals with mining operations, and so that one person should not suffer. You know, Chairperson.
Okay, no, that's fine. I need to ask you more questions. Given that that the Commission operates under severe financial constraints, and let's assume that that position is not going to change in the future. In the foreseeable future, it's unlikely that the Human Rights Commission will get a bigger budget. How do you propose to do the job that you would like to do within the constraints of the budget? What new and innovative approaches have you thought of to be able to do that job with limited financial resources?
I will say what I will do. I will not look at only at the financial constraints in life. We have to do much work for the benefit of the communities. And then you need to realize that sometimes we should not look at the resources. We have to think about what we used to do in the past where we volunteer to assist the people. We need to have commissioners who are prepared to work an extra, to go an extra mile into the work, so as to see that the rights of the people are not infringed or violated.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenberg. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Sibanyoni. You are 71 years old. But you possess over a lot of relevant experience in this particular field. From the time that you served on the Amnesty Committee of the TRC, 2 terms in Parliament in this committee, and then obviously now the last 7 years, or almost 7 years in the Commission. So my question to you is, having not applied for this position but being nominated, do you have the strength and the will to serve another term? If yes, and say you are appointed, do you intend to, and how would you mentor or transfer some of your knowledge and experiences that you had throughout your life to a younger generation that would need to take the Commission forward with the knowledge you gained in the last term as a Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I am fit and proper to serve for another 7-year term. And then to answer your second part of the question, to transfer the skills and expertise that I have is to ensure that the Human Rights Commission have some candidate attorneys, because we did ask the Legal Practice Council to say that they should give us accreditation so that we should train legal practitioners. And then if the young people are with the Human Rights Commission, we want to produce some of them who will be ready to take over when our time comes to an end. I can even say we want to be like the Legal Resources Center or the Lawyers for Human Rights, to say we produce so who came out through the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm not dropping names. We would like to produce people like Tembela Noratoni, who say they are
Mrs. Banyoni, Mrs. Banyan, your mic is not on. You can proceed, sorry.
Yes, I was saying we want to have, we want to transfer the skills and the expertise that we have. We want to insist, we had a memorandum of understanding with the previous Law Society, which is the Legal Practice Council now. And we would like to implement it to take the input of young people so that we can transfer our knowledge and our skills to them.
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht. Let me note further hands. Honorable Ramulobeng. Will be the last one.
Thanks, Chair. Babus Banyo. Sikhonze. Ngiyabona you have done for 2 years Masters of Law in terms of your CV, and iti umele you are left with mini dissertation. Have you managed to complete it?
I must tell you, because my hands are full, I've been postponing and postponing to do that dissertation. And then even when I was a member of parliament, when I completed those modules, time did not permit. But I'm still determined. I still have determination to complete the thesis or the dissertation, as you may call it.
How do you handle complaints that would be politically sensitive or controversial in their nature, bearing in mind I would say your previous involvement in politics, because if you have been a member of parliament, obviously you can't be a member of parliament if you are not politically inclined or associated. Considering the role of Human Rights Commission, how would you deal with that aspect?
You know, I have regarded myself that I'm no longer a politician. I'm a former politician, and the Constitution and the South African Human Rights Commission Act requires that we have got to be impartial and we've got to be independent. And I work in terms of the provisions of the Constitution and the law, in other words, the South African Human Rights Commission. And then we've got a complaints handling procedure in terms of which we approach and we deal with the matters that are coming before us. And then we don't look at either encouraging or supporting or saying this one is a political issue or is it sensitive and the like. We look at the possible violation of human rights. Even if it's a political person or a political party that is violated, we deal with the matter. There are matters that we are dealing with them, irrespective of any political inclination.
Okay. You would understand right now the country is getting young. And the country getting young, you have an influx of a generation that wants to come in at the helm and lead at that particular age in a younger generation. How will you adapt to the current generation of a younger generation wanting to come at the helm in increasing visibility of the Human Rights Commission? How would you adapt, seeing that there's just changes of generations now?
By adapting, in other words, accommodating that the younger generation should come in. I understand the question very well.
come in, and how do you make Human Rights Commission attractive to a younger generation?
Thank you for your question. At the place where I stay, at Kangala, I've got a slot, 1 hour slot on every Friday, in terms of which I unpack the Constitution and then focusing on the chapter 2 of the Constitution. And then also I've got some slots at the invitation of radio stations like Kwezi FM in Stenga, in Guaduguza. And then also, that is where then, when I speak about the basic human rights, the fundamental human rights, and then I find that there are some young people who call, and then they ask questions. And then also there is a Malahleni radio station in Wheatbank, where they allocated me a slot on each and every Friday. Not Friday, I'm sorry, on every Wednesday, in terms of which they call it a discussion feature, in terms of which they ask me to propose and suggest topics that will talk to the young people about the issues of human rights. So I'm contributing that, trying to attract the young people to human rights. And I may also go on to say also the right to vote, to know that it is their right to participate as citizens of the country.
I'm trying to intimidate the chair not to tell me that the time it's my time is finished.
It was not yet finished until you intimidated the chair.
Just lastly, Guaduguza is in Gauteng or Mpumalanga?
Guaduguza is in KZN.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No,
It's called
thanks.
Nkosi Ilembe.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhwebana, and followed by Honorable Swart.
Lothan Babsman. I don't know whether to say, well, I know Mr. Spanioni, but know him, not to say know him, yes. The issue of the Human Rights Commission, can you indicate, again, the delay to finalize complaints? There is a community of Varterfal farm, and around there where the community is terrorized by the white farmer, beating them up, abducting them, their livestock dying, and as well installing cameras, monitoring their movement. Those who speak up, they are assaulted and kidnapped. And apparently they've lodged a complaint with the Human Rights Commission. It falls under Mpumalanga. Are you aware of that? And how do you make sure that you deal with complaints expeditiously, because that community is living under very serious threat?
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson, I know the farm Waterfall, which is between Verina and Herzog Mountains. And I have been personally there when it started, when the farmer started digging furrows and preventing people to access the road between Verina and Wheatbank. And what I did, I communicated with the Department of Rural Development and Land Affairs in Wheatbank, and then they sent their representative there. But then thereafter, because that area is within the Mpumalanga province, each and every complaint that is received by the Human Rights Commission needs to be centered in a particular province. So that complaint or that incident, I referred it to the Mbombela office in Mpumalanga, which is handling the matter. And then
but then now, as the commissioner, how do you oversee that whatever has been reported, that the staff is investigating and giving feedback to complainants?
we usually call upon the office to give us an update as to how far are they with the complaint. And if I may add, apart from referring the matter to the Office of the Human Rights Commission in Mpumalanga, I also approached the station commander of Verena. He's Brigadier or Captain Mrs. I don't remember his rank. And then in which I said, please, here there is also an issue of security. The police should be there taking action against the abduction
All right.
of the people.
No, it's fine. I'll suggest that I think you need to go back and get a feedback because nothing has been done by those people. As Human Rights Commission, maybe issue a report. So the issue of the Human Rights Commission as well, the issue of alleged systemic racism within the institution. Are you aware as the commissioner, and what have you done about that?
As the South African Human Rights Commission, we called a meeting and then we tried to find out because there was some mention of that. And then, but when we tried to investigate, and then we find that there was no substance in those issues of racism.
Okay. And then on the issue of the forum shopping, what is your view? Because if you have worked as the commission, a person complaining to all these institutions, what are you doing to make sure that all the Chapter 9 institutions, or even 10, are also engaging? I think going back to the question of utilizing resources in such a way that you find ways to deal with the lack of resources within the Human Rights Commission.
Our view as the South African Human Rights Commission is that as Chapter 9 institutions, we need to work together because you find that some of the provinces are very, very, very wide. And then I can mention the Northern Cape province. I was there a week ago, and then there are only 2 investigators within the Northern Cape province. And then we picked up that the Office of the Public Protector has got 9 investigators and the like. And then there is a need that we have to work together. And another province that is very wide is the Mpumalanga province. So our view is that maybe if the Office of the Public Protector, for instance, has got an office either in Kimberley, whilst the Human Rights Commission has got an office in Uppington, then the Office of the Public Protector in Kimberley needs to give the Human Rights Commission a platform to can operate in their offices.
The South African Human Rights Commission versus Acrodata case, what's your view about that judgment? Do you believe that it impacted on the mandate of the Commission?
It impacted on the mandate of the Human Rights Commission, and then in due respect, we, as the Human Rights Commission, felt that the judge erred in making that decision, and then, as a matter of fact, we took it on appeal to the SCA.
The final question?
No, your time is expired.
It rings for 10 minutes.
No, it's 10 minutes.
Honorable Swart.
This is going to ring for 10 minutes. Chair, very briefly, I just need to declare I know the Honourable Simonyane very well. So I just wanted to ask you how you balance litigation costs with a limited budget.
Honorable Swart.
This will go for 10 minutes.
It's competing with.
Yeah, I think
NCOP is starting a session.
No, I'll leave it at that. Leave it at that. This will go on for 10
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much. Obuswanyon, we would like to thank you for applying and for availing yourself for the interview. He said he's forfeiting his time. Yeah? You're fine. Thank you. I would like to thank you for applying and availing yourself for the interviews. We are still waiting for the report of the screening from SSA. If there are any issues arising out of the report and they need you to answer, we will contact you. But we will not deliberate until you have received that report, and you will be the first one to know about the outcomes of these interviews. But from your side, do you think the interviews were fair?
Yes, Chairperson, I think the interviews were fair, and then I must also thank the Portfolio Committee for affording me this opportunity to come and be interviewed. And then I want to assure the Portfolio Committee that if I am successful, I've got a determination to work harder than the previous time for the people of South Africa.
Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, committee members.
Can we move to the... Can we call the next commissioner? Let's. Ouch!
Just keep it one.
Okay. The candidate is in the house. Good afternoon, Prof. Mazingos.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Each candidate, not candidate, each member will have 5 minutes to interact with you. In that 5 minutes, it will be both questions and answers must be done in that 5 minutes. Okay. On my side, can you tell us about yourself, your values, what motivated you to apply, whether you're applying for a full-time or a part-time position?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for inviting me to this interview. So I was born in Bloemfontein, but I spent a lot of time in Ordinances, which is a mining-affected community. And it was there that, we experienced a lot of human rights violations, including, environmental racism, including unfair labor practices, a lot of gender-based violence in this mining community, displacement. So really that's where the passion and motivation is coming from. What motivated me to apply for this position is that for the past 20 years, I've been working in both academia and civil society, where I have, managed to lead a couple of organizations, help establish a lot of social justice and human rights organizations. In the academia side, I have been at the forefront of transformation of institutions of higher learning, but also in terms of coming up with concepts and themes that push the jurisprudence forward. So that has been a journey of almost 20 years. combining both intellectual contribution to human rights as well as practical activism. And I think, as I said, it's been 20 years, and now I'm ready for this position with a commission that has powers, that has functions to really transform society. My values, first of all, Ubuntu, and that encompasses everything in terms of my leadership style, in terms of how I interact with people, and in terms of how I am able to harness the best in people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are you applying to be full-time or part-time?
Both of them, Commissioner, full-time and part-time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, you have 5 minutes each to interact with the candidate. Honorable Ramulubeng, Honorable Nivot Struchen, Honorable Horn, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Swart, Honorable Marcel Kochele, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Madlingos.
Good afternoon.
Kindly indicate any current challenges that the human rights or the country faces in relation to human rights that you might be interacting with or are familiar with.
I think for me, one of the biggest challenges is the dysfunctionality of several municipalities at the local government level. Because as you know, the local government level is a level where basic service delivery happens. This is where the enjoyment and realization of socio-economic rights happens. And for a vast majority of South Africans, they're not enjoying that. And failure of service delivery affects all other rights. You know, the rights to equality, dignity, reproductive health care. And lastly, it also affects the most vulnerable people, older persons, children, people living with disabilities, and so forth. So for me, the failure of some municipalities to really deliver and to be functional, to be accountable, responsive, is really one of the biggest all-encompassing challenges that we are facing.
Indicate improvements where we can, if appointed, you would push for improvement, especially in those areas that you would have made an indication of.
Yeah.
Inclusive of making sure that there is enough visibility in terms of the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I mean, the first thing is the Commission needs to be more visible. It can be more visible. Its outreach programs can be improved through social media, through op-eds in newspapers, but most importantly through community radio stations. I don't hear, the commissions at that level. So visibility is important because people will then know that the commission exists, that it's got powers and that they can go to it. One of the things that we'll need to do is really at the local government level, ensure that municipal managers, ensure that officials are trained in human rights budgeting. For me, I see a lot of developmental plans and budget that do not pass the constitutional muster, in a sense that they are not geared towards a progressive realization of the Constitution. So, poor human rights budgeting becomes important. I think training, officials in terms of human rights approach is very, very important, but also convening some targeted public hearings on issues of spatial justice, on issues of service delivery will be important.
Why do you think you are a right person to be appointed to be a commissioner?
I think I possess the requisite qualifications. I've got postgraduate training in both law and sociology, master's in law, master's in sociology, meaning that I come with a very holistic, critical, and nuanced understanding of human rights from a historical, political economy perspective. I think, secondly, that I possess the enough experience and leadership in human rights. As I said in my opening remarks, I have co-founded many civil society organizations, both social movements, NGOs, coalitions. I have been consulted with the Ministry of Justice. I've been consulted with Pan-African Parliament, the United Nations. So my experience really speaks for itself in terms of leadership, in terms of working in a collective. But finally, I think I'm a fit and proper person, Honourable Member.
If appointed and you'd have to champion some parts or areas dealing with Human Rights Commission outside of municipalities, because I can tell you have a passion on them, outside that, which key areas can you focus on?
I think one of the key areas is the area of dealing with sexual minorities. I think sexual minorities in South Africa are still marginalized, discriminated in the workplace, at home. So for me, issues to do with transitioning, gender transitioning, still not respected enough in the country. So one, I think issues to do with dismantling homophobia becomes important. I'm very, secondly, passionate about business and human rights, meaning the ability to hold corporates accountable to human rights. Apart from the state, big business plays a big role in both furthering and being partnered in human rights, but also violating them. So I think if I can stop there, those would be some of the key national focus that that I'm passionate about.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mandela.
Thank you, Honorable Ramolobeng. Dr. Nivo Trochen.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Madlengozi. I'm Womania Druchen. My voice is my sign language interpreter, Trudy. I see you are a co-author of a journal with regards to human rights. Is it a monthly journal or is it a once-off journal?
Thank you so much. So I'm the co-editor of the South African Journal on Human Rights, which was founded in 1985. We aim to produce at least 4 issues per year, so quarterly. We also produce special issues focusing on specific matters, the last one being on sexual harassment in universities. This is the main human rights journal in the country, and yes, it comes out quarterly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to know, have you ever assisted, with regards to human rights, have you ever assisted any people with disabilities or the disabled community? Have you ever worked with them?
I've not worked directly with them, but through our center, we do assist people living with disabilities, especially, invisible disabilities to do with educational, mental issues, to do with issues of access in the workplace. The slogan from the disability sector, nothing about us, nothing for us without us, very, very important. So not recent cases, but these are the issues that we deal with as part of our equality mandate.
Okay, thank you. The disabled community does remain still one of the most marginalized communities. If you are appointed as a commissioner, how would you highlight the issues and bring their issues forward?
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Yes, I'll go back to the slogan, nothing for us without us. So what becomes important, first of all, is to enhance the Section 11 committee of the Human Rights Commission, the East Section 11 committee that, focusing on people with disabilities. That committee can work better, can work more efficiently. So that's number one, having a permanent advisory committee within the commission. Secondly, it's been a long time since we've had a hearing specifically on issues of disabilities, right? And by disabilities, I don't mean all of them. There needs to be a targeted, specific forms of disability. So I think, 30 years later, a very, multi-stakeholder hearing on people with disabilities becomes very, very important. The last thing is that I think we have not done enough in holding workplaces accountable for issues of access, for issues of, not discriminating against people with disabilities. So I think from a promotional perspective, working with workplaces to ensure that kind of inclusivity, not accommodation, but inclusivity becomes important. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am satisfied. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Madeleine Kosi.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon. Chapter 9, specifically Section 181(2) of the Constitution says that these Chapter 9 institutions, of which the Human Rights Commission is one, is, to quote directly, subject to the Constitution. What do you understand under that term?
First of all, it means they must be independent from any executive interference. So independence and autonomy becomes important. The only authority that there's accountable to is the Constitution. So I think first of all, we need to understand it as a guarantee of the legitimacy and independence of this institution.
But also an obedience and an application of the Constitution as it stands.
Absolutely.
Okay. So in light of your stated stance about our Constitution, are you then the correct person to serve?
I am. I currently lead a center where we are every day upholding the Constitution, holding big business, holding executive accountable through the Constitution. I teach human rights at the university where I train a lot of future lawyers on constitutional principles. So, yeah, I am the correct person. I have, served in many boards of human rights organizations, including one named the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution. In fact, I was one of the co-founders of that thing, yeah.
Okay, so if I understand your academic writing correctly, you're part of a group of in the academia which deems our current constitution to be what you call a neo-apartheid constitution. In 2017, you wrote something along the lines that this concept of transformative constitutionalism is actually preventing people from obtaining what you deem to be true freedom. And in another publication, you were fairly scathing about the Constitution as a Eurocentric liberal document which is not serving the people well. So if that is your stance about the Constitution, will you be able to still, in performing your duties as a Human Rights Commissioner, apply it as it stands rather than trying to motivate for a change in the Constitution? In another say Chapter 9 institution, we've had somebody before who in an interview pledged excitement and loyalty about the Constitution only to try and then enforce changes to it once in the office.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I mean, I go back to emphasize that I currently lead the oldest human rights organization in South Africa, a leading organization that has had a lot of victories in the Constitutional Court using the Constitution. I have, co-founded human rights organizations. I've mentioned some of them. So in terms of the critique of the Constitution, the critique is there. The Constitution does tell us that it is a living document that needs to be understood historically. So that's where the reflections on the Constitution comes from. The reflection that the Constitution, must constantly be critiqued in order to improve, certain aspects. But as I said, I, pledge loyalty to the Constitution, and I apply it every day through the center that I lead, but through my board membership of other organizations. Absolutely.
And you understand that if you are appointed, you will have to to be the one who apply it as it stands, be the torchbearer of the Constitution as it stands, rather than an advocate for it to change while using that office you will be sitting in.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Prof. Madlengos, do you think that interference is only from the executive?
Interference can come from many angles. It can come from Parliament itself, which is supposed to exercise oversight, but there are limits to that oversight. It can come from political parties. It can come from big business. So it can come from anywhere. The Constitution is very, very clear. Non-interference from whichever quarters.
Thank you. Honorable Brittenbach.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor. What is your current employment? What job are you currently doing?
I'm the director of a strategic law center at the University of Witwatersrand, where I also teach.
Okay. And you're a member of a variety of organizations?
What?
You're a member of a variety of organizations?
Yes, I am.
And you sit on a number of boards, as you say. Where will you find the time to be a human rights commissioner?
If I'm put full-time or part-time?
Well,
full-time, I'll have to resign from those board membership, definitely, so that I preserve the independence. If I'm appointed as a part-time, I'll resign from some of them too, so that I will have enough focus and dedication. You'll see that most, last year I resigned from about 4 board membership after 5 years of serving. So I do prioritize my time. I'm very passionate. I'm invited all the time to join boards, and I'm able to say no. Okay. So yeah, I will have to resign, definitely.
And you're willing to give up your position at the university to become a human rights commissioner?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I've been in civil society using the Constitution for almost 20 years. We have achieved some gains, but not some gains. This commission has got powers and a mandate that it can use to transform society. So for me, it will be an honor to serve, in this commission, a commissioner that can subpoena, that can, investigate, and that can really hold people accountable. So for me, it will be a privilege and an honor because there's a commission or a body with power, unlike what we have in civil society sometimes.
Okay, and then just now some time, Chair. Bearing in mind that you're willing to resign to access the powers of the Commission, do you think that the Commission has lived up to its abilities or its potential? And if not, why not?
We have to go to use an objective standard, and the objective standard is the latest Auditor General's report, which shows that performance has been lacking, something like 47% or 48% in terms of reaching targeted goals. So I think the committee can do more. So from that perspective, the commission can do more. I think number one, balancing being reactive as opposed to be proactive is very, very important. The commission sometimes can be reactive, wait for 300 people to complain before setting up a hearing. I think resources are a constraint to the commission, 200 million with a lot of staff, a lot of provinces. So I think they will have to find innovative ways of, saving money, but also of attracting money from somewhere. And we have to perhaps talk about donor funding if need to be. So I think, and lastly, the magnitude of the problem in South Africa is so multifaceted and so huge after 300 years of, oppression that, one is sometimes, understand the challenges that the commission faces. But to answer your question, Honourable Member, the commission can do more, definitely.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Brittenbach. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, sir. I want to come back to your academic writing and particular views that you hold in that. And but before I go there, I just want to ask this question, line of questioning is about you demonstrating to us your ability to be unbiased as a human rights commissioner, because you will obviously have to investigate things that you do not necessarily agree with. And I am referring here to, you know, in some of your writing you say, I show that the South African Constitution perpetuates colonialization and these things. So, so in terms of your academic writing, you are not a fan of the South African Constitution. Or the pieces that I've read that you authored. So how will you be able, say for instance, there is a case where there is white on black violence and there's racism involved, and you have to now investigate, because before you can voice an opinion or make a finding, obviously you need to investigate, and to be able to investigate that, given our history in this country, if you are not biased, there's going to be a situation where a finding is going to be taken to court or taken on review, and that's going to damage the institution. So I want you to convince me that you will be that you can be unbiased, because where I'm sitting from now, I don't think so.
It's not about being a fan or not being a fan, honorable member. It's you know, we critique something that we love because we want it to improve. Last year, even the president said the constitution can do more, and you know, some parts of it, perhaps this is from the president himself. So I work with the constitution every day, as I said, and I've won through the center, not personally, of course, a lot of victories in the constitutional court using the constitution. My transformation leadership is evident in the fact that I've been appointed in the transformation committee at University of Pretoria, at the University of Wits. I currently sit on the University of Cape Town's, council committee on transformation. So that shows you that I am understood and I demonstrate fairness, objectivity, inclusiveness, and an understanding of, of diversity and of inclusion. So definitely, I have demonstrated that, for the past 20 years in terms of both transformation and, not being biased against certain people. I have also, as I said, on a daily basis through the center that I direct, but also through, membership of other purely human rights, organizations that have demonstrated that I'm able to apply the constitution as it is, without bias.
Thank you, Honorable Nkweman.
Oh, it's me. Prof. Madlingo. You have been, it's good what you are saying, and I think the issue of criticizing the Constitution if it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and some people are still left treated as second-class citizens, whereas they should be protected by the Constitution, and as well that you should criticize the Constitution. I mean, we need that to develop jurisprudence to change after 29 years of democracy. But my challenge with you is being a member of the Advisory Council of CASAC, and you were also both times, 2013 to 2015, until as well 2021. I'm saying that because CASAC is presenting itself to be an advancement of a South African constitution, but you failed to raise and lodge complaints, or unless indicate, but not with the public protector. And you should be doing that and making sure that you fight for the rights of the poor and the marginalized, raise complaints, hold the departments to account. I don't remember any complaint which was lodged by CASAC. but I don't know whether you've lodged any complaint with the South African Human Rights Commission, because we would want to see CASAC more than CASAC fighting constitutional institutions like the Public Protector.
I can't speak for KSAG, Honorable Member. As I said, I resigned 3 to 4 years ago. I co-founded the organization. I can absolutely, put on record that KSAG has, represented poor and marginalized people. One of the cases that KSAG took forward, and I was still there at that time, is on the Ngonyama Trust, and making sure that people who pay, certain levies don't have to do so. And that's a case that involves the most poor in the rural areas and really democratizing that space, So KASAK has done that. In terms of lodging complaints with the Public Protector, I'm not sure. I can't say. As I said, I was there until 3 to 4 years ago, and I can't speak to KASAK. But in terms of representing and, marginalized communities, they have done that. They have done that, absolutely.
Then going back to the issue of the Ngonyama Trust, don't you think that even if that's the case, that's the tradition of KwaZulu-Natal, where everyone is contributing for the advancement of their traditional and cultural space, don't you think that as well they are using their Eurocentric or whoever their funders are to destabilize that community?
The complaints came from the community. KSAC did not invite itself to represent this. People came and said, we are in this situation. We need the constitutionality of this matter to be clarified. Is this constitutional? And a competent court found that, this is, this party should stop, So it's not like KSAC parachuted into that space. It was invited by members of the community to come and help them. And we know that culture, traditions are dynamic, they're not static, and that they can change, coming from the community, led by community. So that's where that matter came from, Honorable Member.
And coming to the issue of the failure to implement the remedial actions of the Commission, what do you think should be done, and what support must Parliament do to make sure that the Commission's recommendations are implemented by members of the executive who account to Parliament?
I think firstly, the Commission internally needs to develop proper framework and mechanism for follow-up of its own recommendations. So you have a lot of hearings, a lot of inquiries, recommendation made, and the Commission itself does not follow up to see whether they've been done or not. In terms of situations where there's reluctance to implement those recommendations, the second thing that needs to be done is to challenge, the finding that recommendations by the commissions are not binding. I think that matter needs to be clarified and challenged. And then lastly, the Commission must come to this body, to Parliament, because Parliament has got oversight powers vis-a-vis executive, and Parliament, can follow up and really, subpoena people, call the executive, call the president, if the president is the one in question to account. So I think this Parliament can really play, the Commission only comes once a year.
Thanks, I've got a few minutes. The July unrest report, the delay by the Commission to issue that report due to possibly political concerns or fearing political backlash, the massacres in Phoenix. What would you do if you are the Commissioner, and your view and follow up in making sure that that report is speedily issued, irrespective of who is involved?
The Commission must exercise its powers and its job without fear or favor. That is the mandate. The Commission must make sure that its reports are constitutional and that they won't be easily reviewed. I don't know the reason why this report has been, delayed. I'm not sure of the reasons. The public expect reports to be published, quickly. they participate in the hearings, and this hearing, if you follow it, it was very emotional. People came there, wounds were opened, and they expect the report to come out as speedily as possible. So really, it's not the only one where reports have been delayed. The other one is the inquiry into racism in advertising, also delayed.
Thank you.
Inquiry was last. So yes.
Thank you, Prof.
Um,
Thank you.
Final one.
No, the time is up. The time is up. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Prof. Prof, in your response, your typed response, you make reference to the panel of the unrest and the expert panel. And you indicate there, when asked the key human rights issues, you talk about lack of basic services, widespread impoverishment. But I just need to clarify, because you seem to think here, you indicate that your focus, should you be a commissioner, would be on socioeconomic rights, on service delivery. But when the question was put to you, you put a lot of emphasis on gender issues. Can you just clarify what your actual focus would be?
No, the question in the questionnaire was about what are the main challenges, and that's how I answered it by focusing on one main challenge. This is also a thematic area of the commission. So I am very much passionate about that space, the local government delivery and functionality of municipalities. That's my passion. But other issues are also important because they are all, human rights are cross-cutting and intersect. So to answer your question, yes, focus on basic services, focus on the functionality of municipal functions will be the main one for me.
You also made reference in a follow-up question to dismantling homophobia.
That's right.
How would you balance that with many people that have got very strong religious views on that? And obviously I understand the dangers of corrective rape, and those should be condemned in the strongest possible terms. But South Africa is a very conservative society. How would you balance that right of religious expression? And have you read the Fourie judgment, for example, that sets out very well the balance between religious rights and sexual orientation?
Thank you, Honorable Members. The Constitution is very clear in Section 9, which prohibits unfair discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. So the Constitution is very, very clear in terms of, prohibiting that kind of discrimination. The Constitutional Court has, from the Makwanyani decisions all the way up to recently, has been very, very clear. Public opinion must not play a role in the interpretation of the Constitution. So if, surveys indicate that most people are homophobic, that should be put aside in terms of protecting this vulnerable community. I mean, just to give you an example that we all know, the situation of black township-based lesbians. They're one of the most discriminated people in South Africa. So a balance must be there, but there must not be compromise in terms of Section 9 of the Constitution, in terms of people's basic dignity.
I appreciate that, and it's a very important point. But when you've got a very limited budget, how would you then balance your aims with the broader socioeconomic rights that you said are very important, with also protecting those communities when it comes to your limited budget? It's a very difficult question to strike that balance, I'm sure. How would you do that?
It is a difficult balance to strike. That's why, in my response, I focus on the local government level because, violations that happen there, violate many, many rights, dignity, equality, access to water, sanitation. So if one puts priority and specific focus on deliverable basic services, accountable, responsive local government, that will lead to a spin-offs for other rights.
Yeah.
So, one, priorities are very important. I think what one can do is also, every year to have a specific dedicated focus. This year you focus on this, next year you focus on that. But, the other way to make the buck, go further is through the Section 11 committees where you've got supplementing capacity from NGOs, from civil society, from academics who can help the commission. So priorities become important. and one will have to prioritize and balance, specific needs. Complaints mechanism is also one way where the Commission can assist specific people in investigating and helping findings on specific violations.
Yes, and can I just ask you then, one of the challenges of the Commission is they bring out a lot of reports, findings, but they're not implemented. What role do you think Parliament and this committee can assist a Commission, should you be a Commissioner, in enforcing the remedial action or findings of the Commission?
Before the Commission comes to this committee, I think the Commission is, empowered to take matters to court when they've made, they've come up with a hearing, a report comes out, finds certain violations, makes recommendations. Those recommendations are not implemented. They can then go to court, and they've done that in certain instances. So that's one way of forcing compliance through, litigation. The other one is forced through this committee. Commission comes here maybe once a year. That's not enough. I think, the Commission can, separately have an opportunity to come and say, these are the 5, matters that we need this committee to help us with in terms of subpoenaing people, in terms of holding people accountable, because this committee and this House has got that powerful oversight function.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Maseko Jele.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor. In most of the questions asked here by my colleagues, they touched on the issues of racism. I just want to find out, the Commission has been criticized outside in so many ways, including even their own poor performance. So I wanted to find out if maybe those criticisms are justified. I want to make an example before you answer. With the issue of, I think you are aware that in the social media, there has been videos of people just come out, without being having any recourse on the matters of just speaking as they wish, like, for example, calling black people as subhuman, must be killed, and all those things. It seems as if nobody's doing anything about that. What do you think you're going to do as you come in, if it happens that you become one of the commissioners?
Thank you, Honourable Member. The issue of racism is an entrenched problem. It's a historical problem of over 400 years. It's, multifaceted. So the magnitude of the problem is large. I think the criticism is a bit unfair. The Commission, more than most institutions, have done a lot with the equality court space. The Commission, more than any other body, has litigated so many times in the equality courts, upholding the rights of people who have been, called monkeys, for example. The Commission has been leading in furthering that jurisprudence. The Commission last year, second example, convened, or the past 2 years, convened a hearing or inquiry into racism in advertising, which, I was privileged to serve as a chief panelist for that inquiry, where the Commission was able to delve deeper into this problem of racism in advertising. Lastly, I'm aware of cases where the Commission quietly has mediated and has, consulted parties in terms of, where there's been issues of discrimination. So the Commission, I think, has done, given the magnitude of the problem, the Commission has really tried, especially with equality courts, in the equality courts space, yes.
My second question. You are going to work with other commissioners if you happen to be chosen. I just want to find out from you, what skills would you bring in terms of leadership, strategic leadership, and also communication, in terms of the internal issues that, because at the moment there are issues that are happening within the commission in terms of the relationships. What do you think, what skills are you bringing?
I think the first skills, I mentioned that I serve on transformation committees of various institutions, and I've been invited there because of my ability to, carry out organizational development within institutions. I possess, the skills of organizational development. That means, making sure that organizational cultures are inclusive, that there is no discrimination, that there is accountability of leadership. So, I think something like that is very, very important organizational development. The last time the Commission had a organizational health survey was 2007. I think it's high time that they have that organizational survey to really unearth some of the organizational cultural practices that might be leading to high vacancies, high turnover, a lot of unhappiness in some instances. So that's what I bring, organizational development, but also, that kind of transformation. I am a leader who, is very passionate about issues of mental, wellness. The commissioners and the secretariat deal with a lot of, traumatic cases that lead to secondary trauma of commissioners themselves. I think that's something that I'm passionate about and that I've implemented in the organization where I work, collective care, issues of, mental wellness. So that's the second one. And then the third one, I bring a skill of, collective, working with the collective. I think that's why, I'm regularly invited to sit on boards because people understand that I come with that kind of skills of, the skills of harnessing different skills and really making sure that people, live up to the best of their ability. So those are some of the 3 key skills that I'll be bringing.
Do you think that Human Rights Commission have a role in issues of social cohesion?
Absolutely, Honorable Member. There is no human rights enjoyment in a society that does not have harmony, in a society that is divided. You can't talk about a culture of human rights. And that's why I was, very much pleased to see that the Commission itself has started an initiative called the Social Harmony Through National Effort. The Social Harmony Through National Effort. Because the Commission understands itself that, you can't talk about individual human rights, enjoyment without the country itself being a harmonious country based on dialogue, debates, and inclusivity. So definitely the Commission does have a role to play in social harmony.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Judge.
Thanks, Chair. You can drink your water.
I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, Professor Madlingos, do you believe in the supremacy of the Constitution?
Yes.
Of the Republic of South Africa?
I do, Honorable Member, yes.
You do?
Yes.
In your own view, can a Constitution be held responsible for the advancement or holding back of progress of society?
No, the Constitution gives a framework of how a society should function. The Constitution cannot implement itself. The Constitution functions, in a society, in a specific society. So if a society is a society with deep socioeconomic inequalities, we won't see the enjoyment of the promises of the Constitution. So the Constitution gives a framework, but one cannot say, the Constitution itself can implement itself or the Constitution itself hold people back. The question is whether the framework in the Constitution, is it a framework that is holistic, that is alive to the realities of a country, so that that framework can be one that responds to that specific country? Absolutely.
In your own understanding, does a constitution explain or define the country as it exists currently, or the constitution helps to take the country forward in a form of a vision?
Any constitution, Honorable Member, must be bifocal. It must look back and look forward. It must look back and say, this is where we are coming from, and this is where we don't want to go. And this is what we are trying to transform from. So looking back. Secondly, it gives a vision of a future society, non-racist, non-sexist society. So it does both. It must do both. It must look back and say, this is where we are coming from. It must accurately analyze the problem and then give a vision.
Let's pause there. So tell me, what is your one irritation about the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa?
Irritation is...
One irritation, or an issue that you have identified that in terms of this framework, You've just said that a framework might stifle.
Yeah.
I want you to go into that. You've criticized the Constitution. You said you criticized. And I want you to tell us the area that you criticize it on. Just based on, so that we're able to take this forward based on your earlier responses.
Yeah. In terms of the framework, the Constitution, does not say anything about apartheid or colonialism. Throughout the whole Constitution, the word apartheid does not appear. The word colonialism does not appear. So if you go back to my earlier response that the Constitution must be bifocal, must say this is exactly where we are coming from. And this is exactly what we're trying to move away from. I think the Constitution should have been explicit, like other constitutions that are very explicit.
So colonization and apartheid would not be the injustices of the past. That's not your understanding. But the Constitution does speak about the injustices of the past.
Yeah.
And the Constitution is not supposed to be a prescriptive document. So what is your problem that only those two words are not part of the Constitution, and therefore this is where your irritation is?
The word injustice of the past is not very clear in terms of.
So are many things in the Constitution that are not. So are many things in the Constitution that are not tabulated and clarified and prescribed in that way. But in the Constitution, you spoke about the framework. It gives that framework.
It does, yes.
So why are you selective in the colonization and apartheid? That even when the Constitution emphatically from the point A to B refers to injustices of the past, including the clauses that are there.
As I said, the word injustice of the past is a very broad term, and it can mean many things. Clarity and precision is very, very important because, if you look at debates, there's a lot of historical distortion in South Africa about, the past. And a framework, for example, if you look at the Constitution of Ghana, Ecuador, Bolivia, very, very clear. This Constitution seeks to decolonize society. So, yes, the word injustice is there. Yes, some clauses are there. You asked me about irritation. That would be one area where, the Constitution could have been explicit.
Help me with this. Section 174 of the Constitution, subsection 1 says, to appoint judicial officers, you need to look at appropriately qualified women or men who are fit and proper. Why is it saying women or men?
So?
Why is it emphasizing women or men?
That
clause. Why is it not saying appropriately qualified persons and rather says women or men?
I think it's to emphasize, the issue of diversity. There are other sections where it just says appropriate person.
Let's stay here. Let's stay here. You're saying that's diversity. So you don't think that is about redress, which speaks to the injustices of the past, where women were triple oppressed, and hence that emphasis. So I'm trying to demonstrate that throughout the Constitution, injustices in every clause would be reflected. Even though there's no colonialization, there is no apartheid in that. So it is found everywhere in the Constitution. I can take you to even another clause. And I'm interested, I'm curious about why your fight, your irritation is on those two words, whereas the application of the Constitution and its vision and framework attends to those. Help me with that.
Yes, I've clarified, Honorable Member, that, being more explicit will have helped. I concede, and I as I said earlier, I do use the Constitution on a daily basis to advance different communities, marginalized communities, women, sexual minorities, using this Constitution. So I have applied the Constitution to dismantle the injustice of the past. So the Constitution can be used like that, definitely.
Thank you. To be continued. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I see no further hands. Prof. Madlingos, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have not yet received the report of the security assessment from the SSA. Once we have received that report, we will interact with you to the extent that it might raise issues. If it does not, that will be fine. But we will not proceed with deliberations until we have received that particular report, which will be coming very soon. So we want to conclude this matter before the House adjourns in December.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable
Sorry, please.
Oh, sorry. I thought you've excused me.
Maybe you are irritated with me as you're irritated with the Constitution.
No. The only irritation came from Honorable Member, not from me.
Was this process fair?
Absolutely. From the beginning of application, nominations, and this interview session was very fair. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. No. I was excused.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Yeah, let's have 5 minutes break.
But you know what, about this, sometimes I just wonder, when it's fair, it goes to like this. You ask, why don't you fall like it doesn't happen. This one, you can see with my screen. No, this one. I must go and get the
Voorskootjies. Ek het so oor die tikmasjien gesit en dan weer so na 'n maand, 2 maande dan sit dit so oor en dan weer begin dit so. Dis 'n vorm van dit seker nooit te lank en dan kom swart tale is ons beter rugby te speel. Of parlementêre rugby te speel. Ja, dit is ek. 99 is ek uitgenooi om te speel, jy weet. Not every outfit. Maar ek het gesien van die asse so erg beseer. Ja. So it's all very well to go and play and then you get tackled or shot. As jy oor 50 is dan daai geel trok. Ek kon nou nie gegee. Maar dit lyk asof dit 'n groot sport is. It's fun.
Yeah, so like before, like 10 days ago,
No, it's not.
It's not that's to go to work.
It's not fun. It's possible.
Oh no, you at work or at home? Okay, then you can't help me. Thanks, bye.
So when you satisfied? But it works. Yeah. It doesn't have to specify. In countries, I immediately picked them. This one is a bullshit. I think you're busy. Yeah. I don't like those. Not just. Are you going? There's nothing beyond the professor. This is the highest. This is not the doctor. This is a professor. There's nothing beyond that. Also, So it consider. I concede. I hope the media will capture it.
You are going to capture that one. That one will be on news.
Generally, I think we're just on time.
But yes, on time.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to finish here and finish.
Discussion after.
Always.
Shall in respect of any investigating direction Oh, I see.
No, I don't think you should do that.
Can we invite the candidate? Good afternoon, Advocate Kam.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee.
So, members of the committee will interact with you. Each will have 5 minutes to have a discussion with you. That will cover both questions and answers. So we are appealing to you to be brief. when answering, but you must say everything that you want to say within that 5 minutes. And in 5 minutes on my side, can you tell us who you are, your values, why did you apply, what motivated you to apply, and whether you're applying as a full-time or part-time position?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I apply as or was nominated as a full-time commissioner and accepted the nomination. My name is Andre Gauam. I'm a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, almost for 7 years now. My focus area is the focus area of education. I also stand in, following Commissioner Malachi's not being or resigning, in the disability focus area. I am motivated basically by the fact that I think I've made quite a good contribution and an innovative contribution to the South African Human Rights Commission. And I would very much like to continue and complete some of the projects that I am involved with. Some of those include a human rights compliant code of conduct that has been developed for schools. We are now further refining it with the cooperation of Equal Education, which is also a good example of good stakeholder cooperation. Also, as the chairperson of the Section 11 Committee of the Commission, I have been involved in the Right to Read and Write position paper, which is now being taken forward by other stakeholders, including the South African Human Rights Commission. There's the Right to Read campaign involving various NGOs as well. Also, I've been pushing very hard for MOUs, Memoranda of Understanding, with universities, and quite a number of these memoranda have been signed now. I think it's 11 with 11 universities, and that is aimed at really making sure that we can get some of their technical expertise, but also collaborate with them and use them as interns and so on in the South African Human Rights Commission from the law faculty's side. I've also been involved in a couple of very important, I think, cases, the Pakamisa case, which relates to the access of undocumented learners to schools, notwithstanding their migration status, as well as the Castor Semenya intervention that the Commission made in the European Court in Switzerland. And as you would see, I've been, from my CV and so on, I've also been involved in various, or the Commission has entrusted me with various roles in subcommittees of the Commission in terms of Section 11. I'm a member of the Legal Committee, which has now become quite an important committee in the Commission, where we decide which legislation, which litigation to take on. For example, we have just completed a very important project, and that is the new complaints handling procedures, which I do think will speed up things quite a bit, because we've reduced timeframes and so forth, and it makes provision for quite a few innovative measures that I think would improve the functioning of the Commission. And as you also might have heard, we have also completed the legislation, the amendments to the legislation that we think is important. I've also played quite a role in that, and which will then be presented to the Department of Justice and hopefully land before this committee at some point in time, and we do hope that we will get your support also as far as that is concerned. On the side of disability, I have indeed been involved in the development of a monitoring system for schools, which played quite a role also during COVID-19 period, and which was used by the Commission. And I'd like to also develop something similar for the disability area, to also boost the monitoring role that we have to play in terms of our international role in that regard. The independent monitoring mechanism. And lastly, I want to say that I am working very closely with DEF SA as well. We have met on various occasions, to identify the issues that are pertinent there and to start addressing them. I think there are also a few quick wins in the Eastern Cape province, for example. We are working with municipalities to put ramps on beaches for purposes of people with wheelchairs to more easily reach these beaches. And then with regard to the development of the sign language becoming the 12th official language, we're very grateful for that. It's really an example of realization of rights for the deaf community in particular. But we've done a detailed impact assessment. I've already done such an assessment together with my colleagues, and the CEO will now develop a short, medium, and long-term plan to see what institutional reforms are necessary in the Commission to fully accommodate that development. Yes, I hope I have answered all the questions. There was the second one you put to me, which I can't exactly remember now, but I think I've answered most of it. So I'm very motivated to continue with these projects. They are not done yet. Many of them, including, for example, in the case of the Human Rights Compliant School Code of Conduct, when we have now refined that, it is something that we want to take
Thank you very much,
to the department to become
Thank
official.
You. 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Questions, Honorable Janche, Honorable Newbold Tuchen, Honorable Swart, Honorable Horn, in that order, Honorable Jalia.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gam.
Good afternoon, sir.
We're looking for fit and proper commissioners. The Constitution doesn't define for us what is a fit and proper person, but there's a case law that defines that. Do you know that case law?
I'm not aware of the exact case, but I can answer you what the principles are indeed.
You can take a guess?
Yes.
Okay. Help me define what,
yes.
what it is meant to be a fit and proper.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I think it's being honest, having integrity, and it's also about reputation. It's about having good human rights values. It is also about not being prone to being found guilty of misconduct, I suppose, in terms of the Constitution. And it's about being competent and have the necessary capacity.
So that we start properly, do you consider yourself as a fit and proper person to be appointed to be reappointed in this commission?
I do, Honourable
Why? Why? Why do you consider yourself as fit and proper?
I do think that my track record in respect of these matters and factors I've just mentioned now shows that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the establishment and governance principles in section 181 of the Constitution. I want you to assist me here. I'll just read quickly two of those to you. Subsection 2 says these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. And subsection 5 says these institutions are accountable to the National Assembly and must report on the activities and performance of their functions to the National Assembly at least once a year. I need to understand what's the distinct difference between these two subsections I've just read to you.
Yes, the independence...
The one speaks about subject to the Constitution and the law, and the one says you are accountable to the National Assembly.
Yes. So the independent subject only to the Constitution of the law and the law indicates that the Commission should be free from influence from outside pressures, especially from the executive, but also from any other outside pressures. It deals more with that, so it deals with things like the Paris principles that apply to these national human rights institutions in particular, for example, which also point to independence and a few other issues, so that For example, they need to be able to advise the government, they need to be able to monitor violations, need to be able to exercise their quasi-judicial powers if they have. Whilst the accountability aspect is obviously they also need to account. In terms of their finances, in terms of our Act, it very clearly says that they need to account annually.
Thank you. We can pause there. My last question, Chair. Our disappointment and irritation on the performance of the South African Human Rights Commission has been recorded in our last meeting with you. And I'm now wanting to know if given a second chance, almost the second birth into the commission, what are the two key things that you do to do things differently and improve its performance? And as your response, Chair, I just want to indicate that I know Advocate Gam, just to put it on record. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, 3 years ago already, these commissioners actually, indicated to the then CEO that we needed an improvement in audit findings as well as the performance. That did not happen. As a consequence, the commissioners did the thing that leadership sometimes have to do, which is a very pertinent step, and that is not reappointing the CEO. Following that, we have appointed a new CEO. We made sure that he is someone with a lot of experience in these kinds of issues. I mean, he's been a DDG from the Department of Home Affairs. He has been the DG of the Sport Department and so on. And he immediately started running with the necessary matters. That is why also you would know the institutional performance improvement plan has been submitted to this committee. Maybe all of you haven't seen it, but all the factors and all the interventions, time-bound interventions, are indicated there very clearly. For example, that the appointment process where it says that appointments must happen within 6 months, matters concerning performance and consequence management, smart targets, as well as lining up of indicators and targets. So, and we've done a few other interventions.
Thank you. Can pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think, Honorable Janji, you have reminded me. I also know Advocate Gam as a member of Parliament. We served together in Parliament before she ran away to the legislature. Thank you very much, Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Yeah, I want to follow on the references to the troubling performance of the Commission under the leadership of the current cohort of commissioners, and maybe deal with some specifics. So as I understand it, you were the chair of the hearings into the July riots. And then when the Commission last appeared, we did raise concerns due to the fact that it was then about to be a 1-year-old pregnancy in respect of the report. And as we now sit here, a few months later, it's still not released. What are we to make of this?
Yeah. Now, let me be very open with you about this. There was a serious capacity issue that we picked up at some point. The panel members then intervened directly, and there were 3 report writers appointed. Since then, unfortunately, one of them resigned. And what happened then, which also shows to some other kind of capacity issues, we received a report because now we as the panel need to obviously look at it. And I also made sure that it is distributed to all the other commissioners in the meantime as well. But that we literally had to rewrite. and I and the other panelists intervened directly, and we have done some of the writing ourselves. We have been quite happy then with the report, and we sent out the provisional report for comment. So the provisional report has been sent out. I think it is, I even almost think it was maybe, I'm not dead sure, but at the end of July. We actually at some point said that we are going to release the report in July because that was the impression we had. What has happened subsequently is that there was a request via the state attorneys on behalf of the president that that his comment be made on the 20th of October, if I recall well, which we discussed and granted because, you know, the findings in the report, I can't reveal anything about that now because it's still confidential, but I mean, it has particular implications. And then we received another request, I think it was from the President's office, that there should be extension until 30 November. We then said, no, we will get out that report this year. We won't give further than 20 November. So there has been in this whole process, and to manage this process also in a sense from my side as the chair was really extremely difficult. It was one of the most difficult projects I think that I've been involved with, but that report will be released and there is no political issues, interference, nothing like that, and we won't tolerate it if there is.
Yeah, so if you are fortunate enough to be reappointed, what practical steps will you ensure be put in place to prevent this type of thing from reoccurring? I mean, I don't need, hopefully, to preach to you about how this undermines the credibility of the Commission.
Absolutely. Capacity building in the first instance, and also making sure that, you know, all vacancies are filled all the time in time. In the second instance, the consequence management. I think that if you are actually provided with a report that is so problematic as we have been provided for to check, should be consequence management. So consequence management with regard to complaints handling issues, better monitoring of the CHP and its timelines, but we also have a new CHP, as I indicated, a CHP in which I, Commissioner Sibanyone, Deputy Chair, were involved in quite deeply. With reduced, we made sure that those timelines are actually now reduced. We have the buy-in of the CEO and of the whole Commission in respect of that. The new CHP has been published, not in the Gazette yet, but there is also not a requirement in the, it has come into operation already. There is no obligation in the Act that it should be in the Gazette. It's only the Commissioner's internal proceedings, not the CHP, but it's been published on our website, I'm told. So yes, in terms of that CHP also, what we have done, a very important new step, is to make sure that provinces can, in respect of certain complaints, they can run their own hearings without commissioner involvement, because it's also an issue always to get the commissioner involved in a hearing. And I think that will also speed up things quite drastically. There are also a number of other innovations. One of the innovations that I'm quite proud of, actually, as well, as we're actually encouraging, the word encourages, I think, is used there, encouraging complainants where their complaints are not dealt with within the time frames to complain with the Commission.
And will
So,
those complaints
so we are saying, come, complain about us, and then we will, you know, deal with that. So I think that's quite the innovation.
Yeah.
But I am really sorry, and we do take too long with
yeah, the chair will now say you take too long with the answers.
Sorry,
as well.
Chair.
So
Apologies.
let me stand down.
Let's have an interview, not a dialogue. Your time is up.
This was a soliloquy, not a dialogue.
You are noted, Honorable Swart, Honorable Breitenbach. Okay, maybe let me load hands afresh. Honorable Swart, Honorable Swart, Honorable Nivot, two hands. Honorable Jele, Honorable Engelbrecht, Honorable Mkwebane, Honorable Peitenbach, Honorable Ramulubeng, in that order.
Thank you, Chair, and I also know Advocate Gam from Parliament, and yes, so I just wanted to focus a little bit on turnaround strategies and should you be appointed. Obviously, the issues relate to funding and vacancies and capacity. How would you, given the financial constraints, how would you improve the performance of the Commission given the concerns of the committee?
Yes. First of all, I think on the one hand, one should accept the financial realities there are and then work smarter. For example, by having these CHPs that we now have that will, I think, improve the functioning of the Commission. On the other hand, I think one should still say, I mean, if we would, for example, compare the Human Rights Commission with the public protector, and even the massive mandate of the South African Human Rights Commission that is actually broader than any of the Chapter 9 institutions, then I think there should be a rethink as far as the budget is concerned in respect of the Human Rights Commission, because we have a specific budget. The budget is not growing much. Sometimes there is a top slice and things like that. That budget is in the first instance not really enough. But lastly, I think that, you know, with the implementation of recommendations and so on, for example, this very committee can be of great assistance and can assist the Commission in getting its recommendations implemented and therefore making it more effective and efficient. So one must think out of the box, also technological solutions in terms of dealing with complaints and with human rights violations. Also, and that is something I've also been involved with very much, and that is pro bono advocates. Get more pro bono advocates in. That is a huge cost saving. We have a good relationship with the Cape Bar, with the Johannesburg Bar. We're struggling a bit with some of the others. But there is, in terms of the Legal Practice Act, as you know, that 2 hour per month community service can inter alia be done by means of pro bono service, and the Commission, the Human Rights Commission, is very specifically mentioned there. So that's a huge gap, and we've already taken that particular gap in respect, for example, of some reports that take, not that take too long, but in terms of some reports where we really want to double check ourselves, we have actually approached these the pro bono committee. We got excellent legal counsel, excellent opinions. That is strengthening the Commission. That wasn't really there before. Yes, they were pro bono work, but we have now struck a very specific relationships that work for us and
Yes.
help.
Can I just, I'm trying to explore the relationship of the CEO and the impact that having a deficient CEO and having to fire that person had on the performance of the Commission and the role of the commissioners. So do you see an improvement now that there's a new CEO? And I'm trying to understand, operationally, the CEO runs and is responsible for internal audits and things like that. Is it fair to hold you as a commissioner liable then, or responsible, like the board the chairman came and said, I accept responsibility. Where do you accept the responsibility?
We have to accept final responsibility. I accept that fully. But yes, obviously the daily operations and so on, in terms of many of these things, also the administration program in particular, you know, is with the CEO. And as I say there, we really had, we called him in several occasions and indicated that, you know, things must improve in terms of the audit findings, consequence management, all these issues that are being raised. And that did not happen, unfortunately. And it is as a result of that, and as a result thereof, that he was not really implementing the decisions of the Commission, because you will read in the Act that the CEO, one of his tasks is to assist the commissioners, but also to implement the decisions of the Commission. Then we unfortunately, under those circumstances, did not have another choice, and it was the consensus decision of all the commissioners in the end, if I recall well. And the new CEO that we have, who is a really experienced person, has hit the ground running. And he is running, and you will see improvement. You will also see in the plan that we produced to the Commission that there are specific timelines. We are saying, you know, that it should be, I think, 75% in the first 60%, 75, 90. I think it's going to be better than that. There's also another factor there that is important, and that is the waiting. We have too many operational targets in our performance plan that actually should be in the operational plan. So the weighting is completely skewed, and administration that is actually now a support service of the Commission, not a mandate, core mandate issue, is being, you know, overemphasized. So we need to tweak as far as that is concerned. We're having a strategic session in December in that regard, and we will most definitely pay attention to that.
Thank you. Sorry, my time's up, I think.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Newport Tuchen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Commissioner Gaum. I would like to also declare that I do know Mr. Gaum when he was an MP here with us in this Parliament. Commissioner, it is now 16 years since Parliament ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, but some people tend to forget that it was ratified, especially departmental staff. So if you are reappointed, knowing you work with the Section 11 Committee and Disability Subcommittee, if you are reappointed to the Commission, how would you, as part of your monitoring of this convention, how would you make sure that the departmental staff, especially on a local government level as well as provincial, do the what would you call it? You know, the articles. Do implement the articles to make sure that is implemented as well. What would you do to assist with that?
Yes, thank you very much for that important question. I think the first thing to really get properly functioning is the monitoring mechanism, the independent monitoring mechanism. That will enable to us to do proper monitoring in the municipalities, all the departments and so on. And then I think that what we should do is to, you know, once again, report to this committee, for example, if we don't see the action we require. But also, I mean, we have our own powers of subpoena. There is still the problem with the NPA, but I understand that Parliament is indeed dealing with that. The subpoena powers and our investigation powers, or in some instances even our litigation powers if that's necessary. So I think there are various options, but to get that monitoring intact first is very important. One of the big problems of the Commission is its monitoring capacity, specifically in relation to realization of socio-economic rights. That is also, once again, unfortunately, a budget issue, but we need to find a way to deal with that. So what I think is a good idea is that, like the United Nations treaty bodies, that we actually have a number of Section 11 committees that deal with the different socio-economic rights, but also then all these very important cross-cutting issues, including disability, and that we even have shadow reports then maybe from NGOs and so on, following the report that come from the Section 11 committees. On these Section 11 committees, we do need to have staff of the Commission, commissioners, as well as experts, so that we really set up a system that can make monitoring excellent and on a different level. So I'll make that proposal. Obviously, I'm part of a collective, and you know, it will be the collective who will have to take the decisions. But it is an area
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we know across South Africa there has been protests at deaf schools as well as schools where children with disabilities. I know the Commission has been involved. Maybe I haven't read anything, but what are the outcomes of your involvement and what did you learn from these situations?
Yeah, no, I will have to, get updates on individual schools and so on, of course. But we are indeed paying attention. Those were also some of the matters that were specifically brought under our attention by Deaf SA. There are a number of issues in the schools that are really highly problematic, including people not being qualified in sign language, educators, all the issues, we actually spoke about. We intend to systematically pay attention to that, and until the end of the year, I said, the issues concerning the deaf community is number one on my agenda, to pay attention to.
Thank you very much. Honorable
So I don't have more time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Tam.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
I want to follow up on the question of the most problem of the human rights as being monitoring and evaluation, as you indicated. I want to know exactly when did you discover that as a commission, as a commission, or is it your view as you were assessing things? And is that issue on top of the agenda on your the turnaround strategy?
Yeah, no, monitoring, because of capacity constraints, have been quite a problem for quite some time, I have to say. It is top of our agenda of paying attention to it. Myself, also Commissioner Ntuli, specifically, always saying that our monitoring mandate is almost missing in action in a certain sense. Because, you need to have a monitoring unit to start off with. A capacitized monitoring unit that can, with at least a presence in each of the provinces, with a clear monitoring framework that we unfortunately don't have. It has been one of the targets that hasn't been met by administration, integrated monitoring framework and a monitoring plan. When people wake up in the morning in the Western Cape, Gauteng or Limpopo in the Commission's office as part of the monitoring unit, they must know what is this plan saying, what are we going to monitor today, and in what respects, and what is the tool that we use. We have overcome that on various occasions. For example, during COVID, we had the Section 11 committee that was established, that went out, and it was involving NGOs, everyone. They were accredited and absolved from the regulations, and they did wonderful monitoring in schools, for example. We effectively monitored, according to a monitoring tool that we have. We monitored, the protection, safety and protection gear and so on in health gear in schools. We even work together, so there are also innovative ways, electronic ways and so to overcome. We had an electronic survey where we work together with all the teacher unions to collect data in terms of this health and safety gear in schools, from all schools, and we had a wonderful representative picture. So there are also ways to overcome it.
All right,
that we have already implemented.
Thank you very much. There's a perception also in terms of, or you will confirm if it's true or not, that there is a disjuncture between your planning and the implementation. Would you agree with that or not?
I think in certain instances, yes.
And then what are you going to do about that?
No, that is why we need to improve our planning so that we are absolutely sure that we can implement what we have planned. And I think that is part of this institutional performance improvement plan, to line up things that we do implement what we plan we do implement quite a lot of things, and as you well know, we also do many things that is unfortunately not in the performance plan. But as the chair reminded us the other day, what you didn't report on did not happen. So that is the problem what we're sitting with. But we're also sitting at the same time with the problem that there are crises happening every single day, that there is no way to actually have that. Maybe we should think of a creative way to have something in the performance plan that makes provision for these kinds of things and that we can then report on. That is maybe exactly what we should do.
Another issue is that the problem is that we are sitting here with the commissioners with a lot of experience, almost 7 years. You're not the only one, by the way. And we are sitting here with the report of the SG, which really does not bring or give a good picture about the Human Rights Commission. Would you be, maybe if it happens that maybe the interviews, they don't give the expected outcome in terms of all these, for example, those who have been there for 7 years, and as if we're not saying it's a punishment or what, would you think that maybe it will be unfair for the committee to consider it?
To consider? Sorry, I didn't understand exactly.
The decision that they, if it happens, that they don't bring back all those who are having 7 years experience with these results that you are having, because we would expect that within that 7 years, things would have been different. Because since we have been here, 2019, since we have been here as a committee, we've been not getting good results.
Yeah. Yes, for the past 3 years in particular. Now, I think that it would not necessarily, as they say in certain countries, to be good to change horses in midstream. Because these commissioners, these 4 commissioners that are renominated, reapplied, whatever the case may be, together with the other commissioners, there are at the moment the other 2, we know exactly what the causes are. We've experienced them. We know what the causes are of the non-performance. And we have taken very specific steps. New CEO with a very specific plan that he is already implementing in various respects thereof. And I actually think that it is a very good idea not to let these commissioners or some of them go and rather run with them. We are definitely going to turn the tide. There is no doubt in my mind.
No, I just wanted the last question.
No.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Thank you. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I was covered.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Chairperson. I only have 2 questions, and I'm going to ask them both. It's going to make the process a bit quicker. Firstly, I think about public opinion, where you have findings that's disputed, or maybe a correct wording would be where an aggrieved party seeks remedy in court about findings made by the Commission, and then where recommendations are taken on review, and either it is set aside or, as happened recently, it's deemed not binding. How do you prevent a situation like that? Not saying that a finding will not always be disputed, but I'm talking about a disputable finding. And then the issue, when it comes to the toothless tiger, do you, to your mind, do you think that there are measures available to the Commission contained in existing legislation to give effect to Section 184, subsection 2B and subsection 4 of the Constitution that has not been utilized to this day, but it can be?
Thank you very much. So on the toothless tiger issue, I don't think that we are a toothless tiger. The court's judgments that you refer to, AgroData and AfriForum, have been appealed, and I think on solid grounds. So the effect, because they appealed, the effect of those judgments have not been implemented. I think that the way we interpret the Constitution and the legislation, especially the Constitution, specifically with regard to the power indicated there, that we can investigate and report on the observance of human rights. That also means the non-observance, obviously, of human rights, and then take steps to secure appropriate redress. And if you look at it together with the Act, where the Act speaks specifically to the fact, for example, that serious findings should be presented to the National Assembly, then you'll see that it becomes very difficult to understand how a court can find, for example, in AfriForum, that we cannot make findings on human rights violations. We can only form a prima facie opinion, and then take the matter on to litigation. If you look at arguments used in the AgroData case by the judge there, for example, that there's a clear hierarchy of institutions in Chapter 9, I don't think there's anything that indicates any hierarchy of institutions at all. So I think that we will be successful in those cases. But apart from that, as I pointed out, we are bringing legislation, well, not us, obviously the minister through cabinet, but we are bringing legislation to Parliament where we want all these matters to be made very clear. In respect of things we haven't made use of, no, I think we use what we can use. For example, subpoenas during investigations, for example, litigation, for example, investigations. We still make findings and then issue recommendations where it's appropriate, and even directives. We're still doing that because we believe that is the correct legal position. But to clear it, it is important that Parliament does, indicate what should be done in that regard, and hopefully amend our legislation. So I hope I have answered the issues. Yeah, disputed and so on. Very few of the Commission's findings and recommendations so on actually get reviewed, which is because I think that they are quite solid and quality. And as I say, we have now even better quality mechanisms from time to time to really check. If we're not completely sure, because we have sometimes to decide on extremely difficult issues, and the impact thereof is sometimes quite massive. And then when we're unsure, we get senior pro bono counsel to assist us as well. We debate the matters together and then say, okay, we get an opinion from them.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Gam. The complaints handling mechanisms of the Commission, what does it say about when a complaint is lodged? Who do you meet first? Is it the complainant, or you meet with the person who is being accused?
Yeah. So what would usually happen is that a complaint is lodged. It is then assessed by the provincial manager, usually. And if substance is found in the complaint...
No, what I'm saying is, unfortunately, I've got only 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll get to the point immediately.
Yes. Yeah. Who do you meet? Like you meet the complainant first, or you meet the accused person, kind of?
Yeah. Now, if we need more information as to what is in the complaint, we will then, hear from the complainant, get that further information, and then usually an allegations letter is sent. If the information that has been received is final enough for an allegation letter, then obviously allegation letter will be sent. That's usually how it works.
Okay, so there's allegations that in the racism complaint against Elizabeth. You met with him before meeting the complainant. Is that true? The Springbok.
I don't actually think so. I recall very well that Commissioner Nissen and I and people from the office actually.
So you didn't meet him first?
That is not how
Not
I
true.
understand,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the
If I
legal
recall well.
committee, what is the operating procedures saying? Must it be centralized or decentralized?
The legal committee. Yeah, so the legal committee, the mandate of the legal committee is now in the new complaints handling procedures.
Must it be centralized
says-
or decentralized?
No, it says it is centralized in the sense, but it's now part of the complaints handling procedures, obviously. Centralized, some things are centralized in the sense, not every single complaint, but for example, if someone wants to litigate, then the litigation needs to...
It's centralized.
Yeah, then the
Why
litigation
are
needs
you
to-
centralizing it? And provinces, are they not doing
It is because some of these decisions on litigation are very important decisions. It is the decision whether to litigate, but also then on what terms, what relief should be sought, and so on. And therefore, we have decided that those kinds of important decisions should involve the commissioner serving there, but also then the head of legal services, as well as it is a decision that we have taken that we believe is quite important.
So your
We have had a
responsibilities?
situation-
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's racism and education, right? Your responsibilities or your focus was racism
Is
and
education.
education.
So which include all matters concerning that as well. But then I work together with the equality focus area as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So have you visited all the provinces in the 7 years being the commissioner? Since the matters are affecting all provinces.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've necessarily visited all the provinces, but we deal with the matters as they come up. If there's a need that I should go, I was in the Free State, for example, a short
Also,
while
you
ago.
have not the whole 9 provinces. No, it's just that I'm sorry to rush you. You have not.
We do provincial visits every year, but I haven't,
Okay.
visited all
And
of them. I
you
think.
are a full-time commissioner,
That is correct.
but you are not based full-time in Joburg.
No, since COVID struck, there was the whole issue about working from
So you are working
home.
from home.
Yes, and I mean most of our work involves either going to a certain place to try and sort out a matter, and then we do that, or a lot of our work also involves meetings, and we are able to do that online. And there's also the issue at the head office. There's also the
will
issue
you
at the
allow
head
staff
office.
to do that? And do you think it's proper for you as a commissioner? Are you not supposed to be on the ground?
Well, we had to take, well, first of all, we had to take a decision because clearly that is one of the audit outcomes and so on, indications that we judged that because we couldn't supervise properly, the CEO couldn't supervise properly the staff, that they need to return to office. That did cause unhappiness, but it is an attempt to improve our performance. As far as the...
So therefore, as
as
the leader, you
Yeah.
also have to lead
Thank
by
you very
example.
much. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, I'm trying. Sorry, Mr. Kam, I'm 5 minutes. So that's why I had to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Ramulube.
Thanks, Chair. I think I only have one question. It will be more on follow-ups on them. There was a question asked about the July unrest. I think it was by Honorable Horn. What was your role in that process?
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, the panel that actually did that hearing, which was quite an unprecedented hearing, I am the chairperson of the panel. The other two members, Commissioner Nissen and Commissioner Tuli, my colleagues. I must say, it was the most comprehensive hearing the Commission has ever had. The number of people who came to give evidence, the high profile of people, ministers, the president, everyone. So it was unprecedented. Maybe that was also one of the reasons why we, really struggled in terms of all the evidence that had to be looked at and interpreted and so on and so forth. But yes, that was my role.
Have you made follow-ups in terms of the recommendation as the panel that you would have made to institutions for implementation, if they've been adhered to?
You see, Honourable Member, it is still a provisional report and therefore a confidential report, so we've sent it out for comment of all the stakeholders and maybe implicated parties. And when we get that back and work that into the report, and we'll do that very quickly because I want us to release the report this year, then we'll be able to release the report, and then obviously we will follow up on the recommendations in there, no doubt.
Are you given enough, is the panel given enough support by government or all stakeholders to make sure that effectively you are able to do what is required in terms of the panel?
Yes, so the panel is a panel of the Commission, so we don't really ask for support from outside, but as I pointed out earlier, we had issues with capacity and enough people working on the report at some stage, which we did correct, and then we had to make further interventions, but we're quite happy with the provisional report, but obviously we'll take into account all inputs that are made now. Yes, so we don't get support, but there was very good cooperation from government, I have to say. At some point we had a bit of difficulty for ministers to respond to our request to come and appear, but then we issued a notice in terms of our act, and that particular one I still can remember was under Commissioner Tuli's name, and then, there was very good cooperation in terms of coming to the hearing, giving evidence and so forth.
What do you think requires to, what do you think in your own analysis, apart from being part of the panel, what do you think needs to be done to make sure that what happened in July does not happen? And what advocacy work do you think should be carried out so that there is that promotion that we don't find ourselves in the same space as we did in 2021?
Yeah. If you don't mind, because that report, the final report, is not released yet, I would be very careful to not, comment on those kinds of issues, because all of that will be dealt with in very much detail in the report. It would be a bit irresponsible, maybe, if you would excuse me, but for me to pronounce on that now.
Noted. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gam.
Thank you very much. I think that is all the hands. Thank you very much, Advocate Gam. Thank you for applying and availing yourself for this interview. We are still waiting for the results from SSA of the security clearance. If there are any issues that will arise out of that report that necessitate that we further interact with you, either physical or through writing to you, we will do that. But before we proceed with deliberations, we will have to receive that report. Our intention is that a report, our deliberation and recommendation will have to go to the House before we adjourn. So you will know very soon of the outcome of these interviews.
Thank you. And I would just like to really thank the committee for the opportunity, but also that you took so seriously that this process need to be concluded before the terms come to an end. Otherwise, we were sitting with a commission of two. So thank you very much for that. We reached out to you and you absolutely responded. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Do you think the process was fair? Advocate Gam, do you think the process and the interviews were fair?
Yes, no, I think they were quite fair. Very fair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you so much. I'm relieved.
Thank you, Advocate Gam. Okay. Members, as you know, for tomorrow, there's no meeting tomorrow. We are meeting on Friday, 9:30, for the MPA and adoption of the BRRR reports. That is the first issue. The second one, I think all of you would have received a letter from Judge Slope. A letter from Judge Slope, I think it's about 244 pages. We will need to go through that report, that letter, for our deliberations, but we have also interacted with the legal advisor, that Dr. Lutz. When we deliberate, she will take us through the letter and the responses so that we act within the law at all material times. Honorable Breitenbach, please. No. So we are also waiting for the response from the JSC. We wrote a letter to them on the issues raised by Judge Mutata. Hopefully we have given them a deadline of the 20th, which will be Monday. You will be appraised of the response from the JSC. That will be all from my side. Are we happy, members, with the update? Are we fine with the update? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll meet on Friday. So we were on time. Thank you for your cooperation. We finished on time, in fact, 15 minutes before.
Thank you, Chair.
You are very good.